All right, are we on? It's a wee bit cold today, let me tell you that. Okay folks, well, I hope you can hear me, and welcome to this live stream. As some of you know, I've been using Filepond to upload files. There's another good one called Dropzone, and they're pretty good, you know. They allow you to upload multiple files and stuff like that. Unfortunately, the documentation's not very good, and there are a few bugs, and I just figured I'm going to build my own one. Now, I've never built anything like this before. I actually have no clue what I'm doing. I'm competent at JavaScript, but not an expert. However, I thought it might be valuable if I show you the process. So what you're going to see in this video is me, hopefully, I don't know if it will take me 6 hours or 12 hours or whatever, but I'm going to try and build a really cool file uploader similar to Filepond, but one that will work, hopefully. And you're going to see me watching tutorials and doing research and making mistakes in the whole process. I hope I don't embarrass myself and fail miserably, but if this goes well, then let it serve as a demonstration of the power of confidence, because the truth is, you don't need to be a JavaScript guru or something, or a PHP guru to build cool stuff. The only thing that you really need is an expectation of success and a little bit of perseverance. So, are we ready to build a Filepond clone or an alternative? Alright. So let me show you what we're trying to create here. It's going to be... Now, hold on a second. If I take you to my local host here. Okay. So it's going to be a file uploader, and a rather nice one, hopefully. If I show you an example here really quickly, if I can. Yeah, let's just quickly get past this rubbish. I just want to show you what the goal is here. Alright, now that's not the goal. This is my app store that I'm working on here. This is not the goal either. Right, this is what we're talking about. Now you can see that I have this uploader here and it says waiting for file size and it's forever loading. This is a problem that I've wrestled with for 2 days and it's a real irritation. But at least what we can do is pick a couple of images, maybe something like that, and then upload, and you can see that we get these nice animations here. I can see spinners, percentage signs, and I can also see that we get this sort of green haze that appears. Picture names up in the top left, as is the file size. And interestingly, we have these previews here. However, if you have a look at these previews, it's doing something a little bit unusual here. What you're looking at is pure JavaScript, and it seems to be generating images in kind of a weird way. So let me see if I can show you. Well, maybe not. But in any event, this is what I'm going to try and build. Something like this. It might not work the same in terms of the back end, but I think I can build something similar. And it's about time, you know. So, how do you build it? Hello, Stefan. Nice to see you. Well, the first thing I'm going to do is a wee bit of research. And it just so happens that I remember a guy by the name of Adam Codre, uploader. In fact, I can't remember how to spell his name. Adam, JavaScript, uploader. This is what we're talking about. He has some excellent tutorials, this guy, and he's an excellent YouTuber actually. So, this is what we're talking about. Now, it's Adam Corey is his name. Adam Corey. He's the man. Okay, now let's see what he has. PHP upload multiple files, custom progress bar, drag and drop, okay. He's got a thing with Flash from 12 years ago. He's a really excellent JavaScript guy, this, you know. And he's the man. He's the start point. So, I'm going to basically watch him. Now, I wonder if he has something with a drop zone on it. Let's have a wee look at this.
Learn more on that topic. So in this programming exercise, you can gain insight into building file upload applications with popular drag and drop features like YouTube, Facebook, and other highly successful websites offer, along with the regular file upload mechanisms. It's very easy to do with the new HTML5 drag and drop features using JavaScript. And it's all vanilla JavaScript and PHP code, so you don't need to use any third-party frameworks or any bulky libraries. And I also get to introduce you to David Corey, our brand new bouncing baby boy. Now it's pretty simple to integrate this functionality directly into your existing file upload forms, where you might offer a progress bar using AJAX and PHP. And we have the file upload progress bar meter tutorial with AJAX and PHP already existing at the site, and I'm going to link you guys to that. That way you can go ahead and integrate this kind of functionality into that sort of script. And I'll give you some tips for doing so. So you can fire up your favorite code editor, and the code editor is unimportant because we're not using any special features.
Okay, what I'm going to do here is drag ahead and just look at the finished project. Here it is here.
Go ahead and give this a test in my browser and see what happens. Let me get that image. So here is my computer, and here would be my simulated web page online. I grab the image and just drag it into the drop zone. So the first alert shows us that we have access to an object that is the file to be uploaded. Then the next alert was the file.name, which was father and son.
Okay, I'm not sure if that's exactly what I need, but it certainly looks useful. So let's tune into this tutorial here.
Already existing at the site, and I'm going to link you guys to that.
And
That way
I'm
you
going to
can
follow
go
this
ahead
one.
and
Why
integrate this kind
not?
of functionality into that sort of script. And I'll give you some tips for doing so. So you can fire up your favorite code editor, and the code editor is unimportant because we're not using any special features that any specific code editor offers. So you can even be a notepad, it wouldn't matter. And I'm also going to offer you the code, and that'll be linked in the description of the video. That way you can get to the code that we use in this video. You can also watch the previous video, because that's pretty important to watch the previous video, because you'll get more insight into the drag and drop functionality. And I'm also going to link you to the file upload progress bar meter tutorial with AJAX and PHP. And that way you have something to integrate this kind of functionality into. And we're going to start with this very basic code. You can see we have a little bit of styling for the drop zone. And then we have a function in JavaScript called drag drop. And we're referencing the event as an argument going into that function. Then down on the page we simply have the div that is the drop zone. Now we're using the drop event and the drag over event. And in the drag over event, all we're doing is setting return false. That way nothing at all occurs in the drag over event. Then in the drop event, we're running that function drag drop. And we're passing the event as an argument. Okay, so the first line inside of the drag drop function is we're going to event.preventDefault. We run the preventDefault method on the event, and this I'm putting in place just to prevent any weird default behavior that may arise in specific browsers, because we want full control over what happens. Now in the very next line, we're going to introduce you to the files property of the data transfer object. And we discussed the data transfer object more in the first tutorial, but we didn't show the files property. Now what the files property does, it gives you a list of all the files that are associated in the drag and drop operation. So what we're going to do is alert the event.datatransfer.files, and we're accessing the first file in the list. And normally it would just be one file that you're allowing users to upload when they drop it into the drop zone. If you want me to show you what I'm talking about, at Facebook, when you drag a file from your computer, and it can be a video file, an audio file upload form that you have, or just image files, whatever. What we're building here will allow dragging of videos, audio, images, and any type of file really. So I'll drag this image, and you see how Facebook, it changes the little post area to a drop zone. And actually, while I have this open, I want to show you the URL to my new page. This is the new page that I'll be using at Facebook to keep people updated on Facebook about the new tutorials that we've produced. And this is a public figure page for teacher. And the URL is facebook.com/adam.corey.teacher. So that's how you can find me on Facebook, on the new page where I'll be posting all of my tutorials. Now once the user drops the file into the drop zone, you have access to the file using event.datatransfer.files, and we're accessing the first index in the files list. Basically this is the file object. So on the next line, what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you how to access the name of the file. So we'll just alert, or you can console.log the event.datatransfer.files.name property, and that will give you the name of the file. And in this case we have my file is fatherandson.jpg, so it'll alert fatherandson.jpg. Then in the very next line, we're showing you how to access the size, the amount of bytes that file is. And then I'm simply going to write a note here for you. And this is where to begin uploading the file with AJAX and upload progress bar to PHP script. And here's a link for the tutorial. But don't worry, I'm going to put that link in the description of this video, and it's also going to be at the page on developphp.com where all of this code example resides. So I'm going to go ahead and give this a test in my browser and see what happens. Let me get that image. So here is my computer, and here would be my simulated web page online. I grab the image and just drag it into the drop zone. So the first alert shows us that we have access to an object that is the file to be uploaded. Then the next alert was the file.name, which was fatherandson.jpg, and then the next alert is how many bytes the file is. So you have access to the name, the bytes, and other information before the file even uploads. Now all I have to do is lead you to this file upload progress bar meter tutorial with AJAX and PHP, and then you'll be on your way to integrating this drag and drop file upload functionality into your existing file upload forms. And if you don't happen to know how to upload a file with AJAX yet, you can learn it with this tutorial that I'm about to show you right now. So if I go to developphp.com, and you can just type in here file upload into the search bar, and it will come up. It's the third one, the file upload progress bar meter tutorial, AJAX PHP. If you click that, you'll see that in the JavaScript videos under AJAX programming, that's where that tutorial lives. And in this tutorial we showed how to build a file upload progress bar feature, and we're using AJAX to send the file data to a PHP script and read the file's upload progress as it's uploading. So if you're uploading, or if you're allowing your users to upload very large video files or audio files, this is a perfect mechanism for that. And even when people are uploading images nowadays, a lot of the more elite websites will give a progress bar to the user that's uploading those images. So here in this tutorial, you can go ahead and watch the video, take the code, and here's all the JavaScript for handling the file upload via AJAX and PHP. And here's the PHP script that actually uploads the file to your server and puts it in whatever folder you want. Now I already tested this drag and drop functionality. I integrated it into this tutorial's code. So what I did was I went under the abort handler function and I just put one more function in, that was the drag drop function. And in that function I just set another AJAX request to upload the file. I was just doing it as a test, but it would make more sense to use the same upload file function, and then you can pass the file or the event to the upload file function. And you would just have to change this upload file function a little bit if you want to pass the event into this function directly as an argument, and then you can evaluate if the event data transfer object is available, and you can make some if conditions within that function. But I'll leave that up to you. That could be your homework. But I already tested it on my own live web server, and it took the file that I dragged into the drop zone and it just uploaded it, and it had the progress bar and everything. It was beautiful. So I hope that gives you some insight on how you can start allowing your users to just drag files from their computer and any folders directly onto an area of your web page, and your web page will just suck it up and upload it to the server automatically. So I just want to reiterate one more time the event.data transfer files property, and you access the first file within that list by putting a 0 between square brackets here, and that gives you access to the file in question. And then you can do anything that you've ever done with it before using JavaScript, because that is a file object. Okay, I hope you've enjoyed this exercise, and we'll see you in the next video.
Alright, that was really, really great. Alright, so that was excellent. Now, I'm not going to be taking his exact thing and just using that. Hello to Stefan. Hello to Ferdisbat. Nice to see you here. Welcome. Is my sound okay? I hope so. 1, 2. Alright. So that's a really excellent tutorial series that the guy has done, you know. And if you ever see a tutorial series that you like from somebody and they've made your life easier, folks, always thumbs up and leave them a comment. It really, really helps, you know. I've done tutorials, and every day when somebody leaves a nice comment, it just makes your whole day, you know. So always leave good comments and thumbs ups whenever you see a good tutorial. And what Adam has produced there is a great tutorial. This is absolutely outstanding. Now, as I was watching this, I was trying to visualize how this is going to work for us. And I kept thinking about the module manager thing here. Kept thinking about this whole website, in fact. And I think what I'm going to do is I'll go away from this test Mickey Mouse stuff, and I'm going to go just straight for the jugular. I'm going to go straight into the TronGate website here, and I'm going to make up a new folder, and I'm going to call it TG Uploader. Now, I'm calling it TG Uploader because I want to get a self-contained module that handles all of this stuff, and I want it to be totally reusable. And who knows, maybe I'll chuck this on the module marketplace someday. So that's why I'm giving it that name. It's unusual that it's unlikely that anybody would have another module with that name, right? So we'll have a controllers thing and we'll have a views thing. Okay. Now let's have a new file called tg uploader.php, and I'm going to go like this: class tg uploader extends TronGate, and let's just do a little hi. Okay, so if we head over to tg uploader, that's going to be the name of this thing, right? Now I'm going to say data view file equals, and we'll just call it tg uploader. I'm going to say this template public default, and we're going to pass in the data. In the views folder, going to make up public default.php, and we'll do a little section here with a class of fill, page, and white strip, and h1 maybe, and I'm just going to say uploader. TG uploader. Oh, why did I call it? Did I just call that public default? I should have called it uploader. All right. So there we are, right? Now I'll make it a generic file uploader to begin. And my very first thing, I have no clue what I'm doing, folks, but this is a demonstration of the power of blind faith. As long as you have an expectation of success, that's the main thing. So I'm like, it's gonna work, it's gonna work, it's gonna work, right? And I'm just gonna write a list of the things that I need to learn and a list of the things that I want it to have, okay? So the first thing I want to do is kind of relating to what the guy said there. I want an element that changes when you drag over. Now underneath that element, I want a browse files button. Then well, we'll just call it a little checkpoint at that point, right? So let's just start with these two things. These are things that I'm definitely gonna need to get, okay? So how about if we have a div with an ID of, let's just call it, shall we call it drop zone or upload? Let's call it upload zone. Yeah, let's do that, right? And I'll just say hello. I do like to give them a little bit of shape. And just for a bit of convenience, I'm going to style directly onto the page, but only for the moment. So we'll say that if we're looking at upload zone, then let's give it a background color of maybe all of the E's here. Let's give it some padding, maybe 3M. And let's say display is flex. And I'm going to say align. No, hold on. Yeah, I'm going to say align item center and justify content center. So let's save it. And here we have what could perhaps be the beginning of some kind of drop zone thing. Now, as I'm looking at Filepond, I can see that it's got rounded corners. It's perfectly okay for us to have them. So we can say border, radius, something like 6 is a bit small. Let's try 12 pixels. All right, so that's looking rather good. I like it. Okay, now I'm going to set myself a wee goal, and let me just see what text I've got here. Drag and drop your files or browse. Fair enough. We're going to do the same thing here. Drag and drop your files here or browse. And we'll worry about the browse later on, right? But you've got something like this going on. Okay. Now, the first thing on the checklist is I want a thing that changes when you drag something over. This is where I'm going to refer back to the guy's tutorial here. Now, it looks like he's saying on drop and then he's got something happening. Let's just have a wee closer look at this, shall we? Now, here we are right here. He's been so helpful. God bless this guy. God bless this guy. But here we can see we've got an on drop, and then he's got something going on, and then he's got on drag over, return false. Now, I must confess, I've never seen this before, return false thing. I have not seen that. It must be something to prevent glitches on different browsers. But I'm really interested in this on drop thing, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into our upload zone here, and I'll paste in the guy's stuff. And let's just say on drop, and I'll make it as simple as possible. Say hello, right? As simple as that. A little bit of JavaScript. I'm going to say function, say hello. And I'm just going to say hello you. All right. So when we drop something on this drop zone, I'm hoping that we get a little JavaScript alert that says hello you. That's all we're doing. And slowly and easily is the way that you build awesome stuff. And by the way, God bless Adam. I'll send him a message, but I'm going to go way beyond where he, like, I don't know how to build this. I don't know how to build it, but I guarantee by the time I'm finished, I'll be way beyond his own excellent system. But we're not there yet. So let's have a think about this. We're going to grab something, dragging it, dropping it, and that was rubbish. That was totally rubbish. Ah, here's me showing off. Could this be the ultimate humiliation? Let's try again. Well, here's a little test.php file. Interesting, isn't it? Seems like wherever I drop it, it's opening up. So I must have missed something. There must be a prevent default or something like that here. So smiling, expectation of success, folks. Let's get rid of this thing. Okay. All right. I think we need to do an event listener. Let's have a look. Ah, there you go. Event prevent default. Right. So did you see how that thing opened up the file? I'm hoping that this line event prevent default is going to stop that from happening. Fingers crossed. Here we go. Expectation of success. Smiling. And there you go. Excellent. The key's the expectation of success and the smiling, you know. All right. So that's really, really great, right? Now, if you look at my to-do list, I said I want it to change when you drag over. So that's not entirely what's going on here. So I'm going to try something else here. I'm going to say on drag over. Let's just show upload button. Okay. Now this is something that was not in his tutorial. I don't even know if it's possible, but I always have an expectation of success. That's why I'm the web developer extraordinaire. I'm going to go like this, show upload button. And again, let's do a little prevent default just because I feel like it. And I'm going to this time do a console.log and I'm going to say dragging over. All right, back over here, we're going to refresh. I'm going to grab something, dragging it, and look at all the console.logs. Perfect. And as we drop it, the alert comes up. Now that's really, really great, because what we can then do let me try something. We don't need it. No, I was going to say that we turn it into a normal upload button, but we don't. We're going to make the browse the upload button. So what I just thought of there was absolutely useless. So we'll stick to the Adam Corey thing for the moment. All right. So this is going to be an upload button. I'll just make it a link just so that I can remember this, right? So it's going to be an upload button, or rather, yeah, an upload button dressed up as an ordinary link, right? And I'll make it look nice when we get there. In fact, I think I'll make it look nice right now. So let's do this. We're going to say that if it's a link, let's just say margin left 24 pixels. Do you know what? Better idea. Let's do a button. Let's do a button. That'll be amazing. I think I'm going to do a button. Okay. So let's just say class is btn, btn primary browse. All right, here we go. Taking this out. So what I'm trying to do is get two entirely, oh yeah, that's what we're talking about, folks. That's what we're talking about on this fine day of all days. Yeah, so basically, let me just sort out the styling a wee bit here. So there's going to be two entirely separate processes here. One of the processes is dragging and dropping, and the other process is going to be using an ordinary uploader, which is going to be when you hit the browse button. Now I'm going to say button, I think we say link here, or is it outline? That's the style. So there's how this is going to look, folks, right? Now the browse button is just going to be an uploader, but when we drag and drop, that's when the magic happens, and God bless Adam Corey. All right. Now, back to the list here. I don't think we really need that. So there we go. And then we've got underneath I want a browse button fit. We don't even need that. So this is kind of a good start. Probably a good time now to think about the next part of this, right? Now, as the guy drops the file, you can see that this is accepting an event listener. Okay. So let's change the name of this to something a wee bit more appropriate. Instead of calling it say hello, I'll call it drop items. Now drop items is going to take in an event listener. And just to prove that we have a gig, instead of saying hello, I'm going to say event.target.id. I just want to make sure that the event listener is indeed working, and it should give us the ID of the div, right? So here we go. You miserable swine. Right, let's take this. Let's take this. All right, here we go again. Going to head back. Well, that's a bit of a drag. Pardon the pun. Right, let's try this again. Let's do our little say hello, because that was working. Here we go again. So I'm heading back here. Meticulous, dropping it. It says hello you. All right. Now, let's say hello you. I'm going to say plus event.target.id. What is that going to do? Hello you upload zone. Okay, that's fine. Now, why did say hello cause this to break? Let me try drop items again here. So I've just renamed the function. Okay, that's good. All right, so now I'm going to go back to the guy's tutorial here. And he talks about getting a hold of the data transfer files. Now he has one file in his example. So what I'm going to do, I'll take out this alert. I think it has served its purpose. And I'm going to say var dropped files equals, and it's going to be event.datatransfer.files. So event.datatransfer.files. That's us. Now let's just do a little for loop here. And we're going to say for each of the dropped files, well, now I'm going to say console.log, and it's going to be dropped files. We've got, okay, so we chuck in the I, and immediately after that, we can say .name. Okay. And also, we're going to say .size, just like the dude in the tutorial's doing. And also, well, let's just do a wee divider. Just a little divider for clarification. There we go, right? So we'll do that, saving it. And let's give this a go. So I'm keeping an eye on the console here. I'm going to drag in, drop it. There you go. Do you see how it says test and then 77? Let's grab a few of these. So here's 3 things. Dragging them across. And each and every one is now being named with the file size. That's excellent. All right. So back over here. Right. So he says this is where to begin the upload, and that's pretty much the end of the guy's tutorial at that point. Okay. So, build file up, Facebook, very easy to do. It's all simple JavaScript, PHP. You don't need to use a third-party framework. Okay, so I'm going to have a look at the guy's next tutorial here, and let's hope it's a good one, you know. Now, this was done quite a while ago. File upload, drag and drop tutorial, blah, 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 blah. It's kind of important that I get the next video in the sequence here. So I'm going to go to the guy's channel. He really is a great JavaScript developer, this guy, you know. I bow down to his vibe, you know. Okay. So let's go with videos. Sort by date added. Well, let's say date added oldest. So he appeared 12 years ago. Now there's a whole lot of stuff here to go through. I need to make sure I've got the right video, and he hasn't got a playlist. So what can you do, you know? What can you do? Has he got a gazillion videos here that I'm going to need to go through? I think he has. Oh gee. Well, that's a shame. Oh man, he's got so much stuff. Right, we're on 9 years ago. We're on 8 years ago. Here's 7 years ago. I see he's covering some PHP stuff. He done a cracking series, I remember, with a video player, and it was really impressive. Okay, so here's 6 years ago, 5 years ago. Where is he? Where on earth is he? Right, we're starting to get into the territory. There it is right there. Okay. So drag and drop application development, drag and drop tutorial, JavaScript and PHP, that's it right there. So his next one after that was how to detect user browser, then send SMS messages. Now that's really unfortunate. That's really, really unfortunate. But not to worry. Not to worry. So look at this. Very recently, he's done vanilla multiple upload progress bar tutorial. That is pure gold. So let's see if we can maybe have a look at this one. Okay, one moment. Computer, spell irresponsible.
Irresponsible is spelled I-R-R-E-S-P-O-N-S-I-B-L-E.
I'm really irritated when people post videos about PHP, you know. And I noticed this one last night, should you learn PHP in 2020? And the guy had said it was exactly the type of stuff that we're all used to seeing, you know. And he came out with a bunch of kind of Wikipedia stuff. You know, PHP was made in this year and blah, blah, blah. It was clear to me that the guy had no experience of PHP.
Everybody. I thought it would be...
And then from there, he said, oh, and there's a new version of PHP coming out. So there's going to be, he says, you can bet there's going to be tons of security flaws or security problems. And I just said to him, I said it last night, yet another developer with little or no experience of PHP talking utter garbage on YouTube. This entire video amounts to a declaration of cluelessness. Do you honestly believe that PHP sites will face a ton of security challenges when PHP 8 comes out? On what evidence exactly do you base that claim on? And he says, I'm not a real programmer. So, you know, I'm not the code police. I don't, like, God bless anybody who wants to talk about a programming language. God bless you if you don't like it, or if you maybe don't have experience of it, or even if you just don't think that people should use it, that's fine. You have a right, and God bless you. But when you post stuff that's verifiably false, like there's going to be a ton of security fixes, or like Chris Hawk's video, where he was talking about PHP's in decline and it gets used in 60% of the web and you should ditch it, and all of this with a whole bunch of just misinformation. At that point, people like that are attacking my livelihood. They are saying to my clients, I've got clients who have paid me 6-figure sums over the years, and they're saying to those clients, you got ripped off. And so these people should not be surprised when they end up on the chopping block. And I'm challenging every one of them. I've said to this guy, because he says I'm not a real programmer. So I've now said to him, take this video down. Look, here it is. Stop bad-mouthing PHP and consider taking this video down. What you're doing is unethical and irresponsible. Now, see if he doesn't take that down. I'm going to make a video about him, and I'm going to put everybody in it that I can find who's spreading this crap. I'm going to name them and shame them. I'm going to make it funny, and I am going to give them something horrifying that will stay online for decades, because this is total bullshit. I'm not bad-mouthing anyone else's language or framework. I love them all. And that might change when I do the Trongate launch. But I love them all. I would never dream of coming on and talking about something that I don't know about and saying, oh, this is terrible. These people are total chancers. And if you see them around, don't turn a blind eye. Challenge them, because I'm certainly challenging them. And very soon, you're going to see a video with this tosser. I'm going to put Chris Hawkes in it. I'm going to put that Richard Feldman guy with his PHP's more in decline than Ruby. I'm putting them all on one video, and I'm going to take them to the cleaners, because I'm so sick of this. These people have nothing to say, nothing to offer. They haven't built anything. They haven't done anything. A lot of them have never even used the technology in question. And what they do is they just turn web development into a kind of soap opera. You look at Chris Hawk's channel. There are 3 types of videos on his channel. 1, top 10 blah blah blah. Top 10 programming languages, top 10 frameworks. Complete clickbait. 2, I like such and such. He likes Django. He likes such and such. He likes such and such. 3, I don't like such and such. So he doesn't like PHP, doesn't like Bootstrap, doesn't like Tailwind. And so it's like watching the set list for a series on Coronation Street. It's a soap opera. And what a tragedy. What a tragedy. Because the guy has got over 160,000 subscribers. That is an incredible and astonishing asset. Just think about what he could do with that. Just think what you would do if you had 160 odd thousand YouTube subscribers. I bet any money you would be teaching and building and encouraging people. Maybe you'd be building some dream application. Maybe you would be doing some kind of traversy and putting out loads of free tutorials, maybe some paid, and that's fine. Maybe you would be like me and you would start building frameworks and stuff like that. But one thing that I don't think you would do is start behaving like some stupid old lady sitting nibbling on rich tea cakes as you moan about things that you don't know about, because life did not turn out the way that you like, because you chose technologies that have been, for the most part, ignored by the marketplace. Don't blame PHP for your own poor indecisions and for the fact that life's not the way you want it to be, you know? Anyway, that's a sneak preview of what's coming up in a future video. I can see I've shocked everyone into silence there. It just irritates me. I mean, the rules of the game are quite clear. I don't care what you use. If it makes you feel good, it's the best one. Congratulations. I will always support your decision to use whatever you like, and never let a guy like me or anyone else on YouTube tell you what you should be using. But when people go out and attack things that they literally don't know about, and I can tell a mile away. Thank you, Jake. Jake says hello, God bless you. Well, there's one person that's not a weirdo. But when you go out and attack things that you don't know about, that's an attack on my livelihood. And I'm not having it. I'm going after these people, folks. I don't care. I don't care how unpopular it makes me. I'm going after them, and I'm doing it gracefully. I'll try my best not to swear. I'm not attacking people personally, but I'm challenging them because it's deeply unethical. And you can, by the way, there are plenty of legitimate criticisms of PHP, just like any language. I'm aware of what most of the criticisms are. But when I see somebody saying it has obnoxious dollar signs, you know, it has tiresome arrow keys, the new version is going to have a whole bunch of security issues. That dude has actually mistaken PHP with Windows or something like that. I mean, if you happen to be working in Microsoft and you've got or maybe Apple or something, then maybe, I don't know, maybe there is a legitimate case for, you know, we better send out these patches and fix new threats and all of that. That's fine, that's normal. But I can assure you, that's not what's happening in PHP land. And when people like this guy posts crap like this and says, oh, there's going to be a ton of security issues when the new PHP comes out, that guy is utterly clueless. And look at this. He's only had 262 views, but some of them, like I say, Chris Hawkes, 160,000 subscribers. Richard Feldman, his video has over 700,000 views. And he says in that video, PHP is more in decline than Ruby, and that if you add up all of the Drupal usage and all of the WordPress usage, he says that actually equates to all of the PHP usage. He says it. Stuff like that must be challenged, folks. It really must. If we are ever going to make PHP great again, we have to change strategy. Because I'll tell you something, Trongate is the last throw of the dice. And if we go down, you're all going to be running after some self-appointed agile code police guy, some DevOps character, You're going to be totally expendable. You're going to be spending your time looking at documentation that gets rewritten every 5 minutes. And it's going to be a very miserable place. We have to speak up against this kind of stuff gracefully if we can, but forcefully if we must. All right, I'm done preaching. Let's get back to this. Now, I left him a comment. Is he going to take it down? Oh, a nice comment from Andrew. That's good. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you very much there. Caramali's here. How you doing, my friend? It's nice to see you. And Free Folk. There's a nice thing. I'm doing good, my friend. I hope you are too. I hope that this is a good week. And Free Folk, not only does Free Folk have a nice icon and a nice name, but Free Folk also says some interesting things like Composer ruined PHP, and I agree. Thank you, Free Folk. Tell us where you're from and make yourself at home. Now, we are building a file uploader today. I don't have a clue what I'm doing, but I'm giving you a demonstration of the power of blind faith and expectations of success. I'm the best developer on the planet, ladies and gentlemen. But you can be the best developer as well. And being the best developer does not mean knowing everything. You're going to see me watching a tutorial here, right? Doesn't mean that. But it means just knowing that you can build anything. I can build anything, and so can you. The key ingredient is an expectation of success. I'm telling you, man. So let's watch this tutorial, and geez, it's a 31-minute one. Well, here we go.
Fitting to jumpstart my return to YouTube by producing a programming tutorial that has been highly requested in 2020. I'll be demonstrating through 2 separate examples of how to develop multiple file upload applications with progress bar using AJAX and PHP. And it's all vanilla, the flavor that we like best. Before we get into the code, let's take a look at the working examples so you'll know exactly what we're delving into. Okay, in the first example,
Hello?
Oh, hi, you.
I'm doing really great. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
Oh,
It's good that you're doing really great. I like it.
well, thank you very much. I'm very glad, very glad. How's your energy levels today?
It's better.
Good. So, I guess you're seeing if there's any chance of a luncheon vibe going on. I'm kind of up for it, but the only challenge is I'm so far behind with my work right now, so I would have to basically get spoon-fed and stay close to my neighbourhood and stuff like that. If that's unsatisfactory, then let me tell you, that's 100% okay, you know. Well, it's a major inconvenience for you, that's for sure. Are you sure? Okay, then we'll head over whenever makes you feel good then, and I'll be glad to join you, and we'll do that then. Okay, right. No worries. Now, just give the phone a ring when you get here. I won't even answer. I'll just come down as soon as it rings, okay? Alright. Cheers now. Alright. Bye. Okay, folks. And we're back.
we have multiple file inputs. And this is not the ideal way to present this to your users or have the user interface be displayed, but I'll show you at the end of the video how I went about doing it for a client last year. So just because it looks this way, and this is all very basic, so we didn't have to have a lot of code involved, but I'll show you how I created the user interface for a multi-upload application with progress bar at the end of the video. Okay, so if you want to see how I actually applied this sort of logic to an application, Just wait till the end of the video and I'll show you.
Why does
User
he not do it?
presses start here. They select an agent that they want to send their files to. I selected agent X and then I press next. Now here is my input, and all I did was customize the input to where it didn't look like the default input, the file selector. So I click add file, and then I can put whatever files I want. And the way I programmed it to where it just puts the name of the file here and then a little X button to remove that file if they decide they don't want to upload it. If they change their mind, then they can add multiple by clicking that again. Another one, as many as they want. What happens is if they were to click the X, now these are all in an array. I packed them all into an array and I have the object, the file objects all ready to go. Now if they remove one, now there's only 2 objects in the array. Then they can add a different one back. And then when they click next, they just give their information, and then when they press finished, that's when the upload occurs. And I make a and I'm not going to press it right now, but when they click finish, that's when my progress bar appears, and it shows them the progress of all of those files uploading to the server. So that is an interface that you might like. It might inspire you to do things in a custom sort of way, that so everything's not so ugly. Now finally, if you go to my channel and you hit the specific search icon for my channel only, and say you type in progress and then search that, you'll see the original file upload progress bar meter tutorial for HTML5 AJAX PHP that we did 6 years ago. Wow, that was a long time ago. But it's all up-to-date code that still works, and it'll show you how we did the tutorial originally just for single files. And then there's some other stuff there that you might find interesting. There's a circular loader. You might like a circular loader. That's pretty cute. But if you go to multiple and then search the term multiple, where is that? Right here, PHP tutorial multiple file upload apps. So basically that shows you the way to upload multiple files without AJAX and without a progress bar. It just sends the processing to PHP in a more traditional sort of way instead of using AJAX. But I think it's a lot nicer, especially if you're uploading very large files and multiple files, to definitely give them a progress bar, and you'll need AJAX for that. Okay? Alright, so the last thing I need to mention is, for the time being, this code is not going to be available for you to just copy and paste. You're going to have to watch the video and listen to all the explanation for each line of code. And then write the code out yourself.
Okay. Well, drop zone, uploader, JavaScript, AJAX, tutorial. Okay. File uploads with JavaScript, blah, 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 blah. Drag and drop file upload tutorial. I think this is the one. Right, please be vanilla.
Hey guys, how you going? My name is Dom, and in today's video we're going to be having a look at creating a file upload input field that supports dragging and dropping. So we're going to be achieving this using the HTML drag and drop API, and this right here is going to be the final product. Now, as we can see, I've got this drop zone area, and I can either click on this area or I can drag in files. So for example, I can just drag in here a small image file, and we can see we get a nice preview of that file alongside a small label, which of course just describes the file name. Now, if I was to drag in, for example, something different like an HTML file, so I'll just drag this in right now. For non-image files, we're going to instead just see a grey background. So of course, you can modify this code and add your own image inside there for just generic files, up to you. And like I said earlier, you can even click on this drop zone and instead choose your file in the traditional, select window. So that's the final product. Now, I do want to mention before going into this video that this solution supports multiple files, but it's not going to be showing multiple files in the actual preview. So it's only going to be selecting the first file which you choose in the preview. And the reason for that is because this video is just meant to be a guide on how to use the drag and drop API and give you a foundation for how you might go about actually creating one of those or one of these file upload fields with drag support by yourself. So if you guys do want to see a video of me, creating a multiple file upload with drag support, multiple thumbnails, things like that, let me know in the comment section below, and I'll be happy to, create one of those tutorials. But for now, this video is just going to cover the absolute basics of how to create something like this. So inside this tab right here, we've got this, empty HTML file. So inside the text editor, it looks like this. I've simply just included a CSS file alongside a JavaScript file down here. So both of those files are both empty, so we're beginning from scratch to, of course, create the file upload. So the very first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be creating the HTML and the CSS first before moving on to the JavaScript. So for the HTML, we're going to be creating here a main container element. So this will have a class of drop zone, and like I said, it's going to be a main container. So essentially, it's going to be representing this one right here. Okay, so inside here, there's going to be a couple of more elements. The first one is going to be just the text to tell the user, drop a file here or click to upload. So we're going to be using a span for this with a class of drop zone __ prompt. Okay, so once again, using the block element modifier CSS naming convention, but you can of course name these classes whatever you like. And inside here, I can say, for example, drop file here or click to upload. Something like that. Okay, so now let's just stop here and then go inside the CSS and just style up those two elements. So the first one is going to be the drop zone. So I can target the drop zone class, and I can say max width of 200 px and a height of
Okay, so what he's done is he's created a div with a class of drop zone, and that is pretty much it. Okay, so we're gonna do the same here. We're gonna have a div with a class of drop -zone. That's what he's done, and then he's added a link to a JavaScript file. Now I'm going to just do the JavaScript directly on the page myself. Alright, now let's see what he's doing.
Or click to upload. So we're going to be using a span for this with a class of drop zone __ prompt. Okay, so once again, using the block element modifier CSS naming convention, but you can of course name these classes whatever you like. And inside here, I can say, for example, drop file here or click to upload. Something like that. Okay, so now let's just stop here and then go inside the CSS and just style up those two elements. So the first one is going to be the drop zone. So I can target the drop zone class, and I can say max width of 200px and a height of 200px also. So the reason for the max width and not the regular width is because this is going to make it responsive. That way on mobile devices, as the Windows resizes down to less than 200 pixels, the drop zone is going to just resize alongside it. And of course the 200 here is to make it a nice perfect square. We're going to also say padding and set this to be something like 25px, and a display of flex, and align items of center, and a justify content of center. So these three properties are going to allow the text for the prompt to be vertically and horizontally centered. Okay, alongside this we can say text align, make this center, and that's going to make sure that the actual text itself is aligned in the center. So of course when it goes over two lines, it's going to be centered. Okay, now we can apply some font family or some font changes here. So for example, I'm going to set mine to be quick sand and sans serif. Now these are of course completely optional, up to you if you want to be applying these properties. So a font size of 500 tends to look pretty good in my scenario, and a font size of 20px alongside that. Let's add a cursor of pointer to indicate to the user that you can actually click on the drop zone. We can add a color of just a medium or a medium to light gray, and a border of 4px and then dashed and then 009578, and that is my decode green color. A border radius also of 10px tend to look pretty nice on these drop zones. So let's save this and refresh the page, and we get something like this. So as we can see, we're pretty much like halfway there already in terms of the CSS, but I did forget, or I did make a mistake here on the font size. So the font size actually needs to be font weight. Okay, let's save this and try again, and we get something like this. So that is all for the drop zone. However, we need to add a modifier class to make it so, once you drag over the element, it's going to change the border style, as you can see right there. So to make this change, it's quite straightforward. We can just add a class. So we can say drop dash zone and then dash dash, and then we can call this one over. So drop zone dash dash over is going to be added by the JavaScript when it needs to be added. So of course when you drag out of the element or you cancel your drag, things like that, this class is going to be added. So for this one we can just say border style and set the border style back to solid. So now saving this and refreshing, we can just select the container and add that class manually. So drop dash zone dash dash over, and we get something like that. Okay, cool. So now let's move on to styling up the actual thumbnail of the element, or you cancel your drag, things like that. This class is going to be added. So for this one we can just say border style and set the border style back to solid. So now saving this and refreshing, we can just select the container and add that class manually. So drop dash zone dash dash over, and we get something like that. Okay, cool. So now let's move on to styling up the actual thumbnail itself. But I do want to just first up, I do want to include inside here an actual input field. So I'm going to say input type of file right here. So the reason for this input type of file is it allows us to have a place where we can store the files that the user has uploaded, alongside that, that the user has selected. And alongside that, by having an input type of file, it means that we can actually wrap this entire drop zone within a form element. So something like this, for example, you can wrap the entire drop zone inside there just like that, and the input type of file is of course going to work, so you can actually submit the form like that if you don't want to go through an AJAX or a fetch method of actually uploading those files. So that's what I'm going to be using, input type of file, to of course store those files. Okay, so of course this one right here also needs to be hidden. So let's just go inside here and add a name of, let's just say, my file. Of course you'll need an attribute of a name to actually process the upload for regular form submission, and a class of, let's just go drop-zone __ and then input. So now of course saving this and refreshing, we have something like this. Okay, so let's go inside the CSS now and of course just hide that element. So I'm going to say drop zone input, I'm going to say display and set this to be none. Let's save this and refresh, and now we get the exact same result as we did earlier. Okay, so now let's move on to applying some styles for the actual thumbnails. So back inside here, let's go inside the HTML, and we're going to be removing the prompt just for now. The JavaScript is going to be handling all of this stuff, so it's going to be removing the prompt by default once you choose a file, but just for testing purposes here, we can manually comment that line out and go down here now, and we can add a div with a class of drop-zone __ and then thumb. So for both the image and the regular file examples, it's going to be using a div. Okay, so just keep that in mind. And here we can just say data-label equal to something like, for example, let's just say myfile.txt. So this attribute here, data label, is of course a data attribute, and it just lets us specify the label which will be displayed underneath the thumbnail. So now saving this and refreshing, we get something like this. So of course a very expected result. Our div has no width and height, so of course it's not actually being displayed. So let's go back inside the CSS and apply some styles for the drop zone thumb class. So we can say here drop zone __ thumb, and for this one we're going to be setting the width and the height to be 100%. That way the thumbnail takes up the entire width and height of the container minus the padding. So we can also say here a border radius of 10 px. Purely cosmetic, up to you. If you do want to have the border radius, then make sure you also include an overflow of hidden. That way our border radius is always going to be displayed even if our label, which we're going to be adding very shortly, overflows the bounds of this element. Okay. Anyway, let's add a background color. Let's just do the same medium to light gray, so CCC as we did earlier, and this background color right here is going to be the color which gets displayed when you choose a regular file. Okay, we can also set a background size, and we're going to be making this a value of cover. So using background size here of cover, it's there because we're going to be setting the images for the thumbnails through the actual background. So we're going to be applying the background-image CSS property by the JavaScript to of course display the thumbnail image of your chosen image file. So by having cover, it means that the image is going to be taking up the entire space of the actual thumbnail element, and it's not going to repeat itself, and it's also going to maintain the aspect ratio. Okay, and alongside this we can give a position of relative, and this right here just allows us to position the label in the bottom of the actual thumbnail. Okay, so of course back inside the example, the label here is on the bottom, so by having this position relative we are able to change that, which we're going to be getting to very shortly. But for now, let's save this and refresh the page, and we get something like this. Okay, so obviously it's coming together for the thumbnail. So now let's just go back inside the CSS and make it so our label gets displayed. So we can say here drop zone thumb, then colon after. So we're going to be using CSS pseudo elements here just to create a new virtual element for the actual label. So we can say content and make this attr and pass through here data-label. So basically by doing this, we're going to be displaying the text of the attribute data label. So of course right here, myfile.txt is going to be the value for the content property. Okay, we can also say here a position of absolute. So this works in conjunction with our position relative up here in the parent element, and it lets us do, you know, bottom 0 for example and left 0. So now it's going to be in the bottom left corner, but we're going to also be adding a width here of 100%. That way of course it takes up the entire width of the thumbnail. We can also say padding, make this 5px top and bottom and 0 left and right. Let's give it a font color of white and a background of RGBA 000 and then 0.75 for a 75% opaque black. Okay, let's give it a font size of 14px and a text align of center, and now we should see our little text here, myfile.txt. We should see this in that nice black background on the bottom of the thumbnail. So now saving this and refreshing, we get this right here. And that is it for the CSS and the
All right, that's cool. Nice.
HTML for the file upload field. We can now move on to doing the JavaScript to of course make all of this work. Okay, so moving on to the JavaScript, I just want to firstly go back inside the HTML and just remove the drop zone prompt comment, so we can have the drop zone prompt reappear once again and just remove the thumbnail. So the thumbnail is going to be generated through the JavaScript anyway, so we can just remove this, and this right here is our default setup when the page first loads up. So now saving this and refreshing, we have something like this. So now we can move on to the JavaScript. So inside here, we're going to be doing this by firstly just selecting each one of our input with a type of file and the class of drop zone input. Okay, so let's go inside the JavaScript and we're going to be saying document.query selector all, and then pass through here drop-zone underscore input. Then we're going to be saying dot for each, and then here we're going to have holds of the input elements. And of course right now this function is going to be running for each one of our drop zone inputs on the web page, because of course in this example here there's only one drop zone, but maybe on your website you're going to have multiple of these drop zones on a single page. So of course right here we're just selecting each one of those. So for each drop zone input,
that's stupid. You're not going to have multiple ones. Best Nah, that's not cool. That's kind of stupid. So I'm going to say, okay, var drop zones is get elements by class name drop zone. Oh, I need to head out, folks. God bless you. I'm going to have to take a wee break. I will be back soon. Okay, I'm on my way down. I'll see you in a wee minute. Alright, cheers. Okay, folks, I'll leave you with some interesting music. And I shall be back.
Внимание! Говорит Москва.
Говорит Москва.
I'm putting you in command of the spaceship. It's a bunch of notes from an electronic hunk of metal.
Deadly germs are creeping over the earth, killing every human in their path. Already, many of the mutants, disguised as human beings, are walking the streets of Earth City. Time is running out for the planet Earth.
Impervious to all poisons. If it's blown up, its cells will regenerate and multiply, and it'll still be alive. A creature that'll rule the universe. A creature that'll rule the universe.
You know, one of the challenges I've had and we're back. Hello folks, I hope everybody's okay. And I see we have a few friends in the house now. We have AJAX here with his incredible intelligence sense thing. And a few of you actually hung around, so thank you very much indeed. So just to let you know what's happening, I'm building a file uploader. I've had some challenges with Filepond here, and so it's probably going to take me about 24 hours. And there's a lot to learn here. So what you're going to see is basically me going through a bunch of tutorials and learning the different pieces of the jigsaw, and then I'm going to there's me with my false humble. I'm going to put the pieces together and build something awesome. So let's continue with this, shall we? So the first thing, itchy nose, just an itchy nose, right? The first thing that this guy's doing is he's doing a little for each input element, right? Now let's have a wee look at this, right? So I'm going to say var drop zone is drop zones 0. Now I can see that he's got a little for each input element. So I'm going to say for each. Now all right. Okay. You know what? Let's comment this out. Let's just say, what's he doing for each input element?
We're going to firstly just try and retrieve the drop zone container from the input field. So let's go back inside here, and we're going to be saying const drop zone element is equal to, and then input element dot closest, and then pass through here the class of drop dash zone. So now using the closest method, it's going to start at the input field, and then it's going to be, making its way up until it finds an element with the class of drop dash zone. Of course, this one right here. So now we have the drop zone element. And in case it wasn't clear, the input element refers to this one right here. So now we have both the input element and the actual drop zone container element. We can start adding a few event listeners. Okay, so the very first event listener to add here is going to be drop zone element, and then add event listener, and then pass through here drag over. We're going to be grabbing hold of the event object right there, and inside here we're just going to be saying drop zone element dot class list dot add, and then pass through here drop dash zone dash dash over. So here with the drag over event, this is going to be running whenever the user drags over an image or a file, things like that. Okay, so of course once we're inside here, we're going to be adding the drop zone over class. So that's going to be adding our modifier class to, of course, change the border style from dashed to solid. So now saving this and refreshing, and then dragging over a file, we can see right there that, of course, the border changes to that solid feel. So of course we can see there's a few problems. If I was to drag out, it doesn't change back and things like that, but we're going to be fixing that very shortly. But for now, let's just go back inside the text editor, and we can move on to adding some more event listeners. So we're going to be saying here, declaring an array, we're going to be saying drag leave, and then drag end, Okay, so these are two events, but we're going to be applying these events at the same time. So we can say dot for each, and then here we can say type. So of course type refers to one of these two. And then we're going to be saying drop zone element dot add event listener. We're going to be passing through the type, once again grabbing hold of the event object, and we're going to be saying here drop zone element dot class list, and this time we're going to be removing the drop zone dash dash over class. Okay, so the drag leave event obviously happens whenever you drag outside of the actual drop zone, and the drag end is going to be running whenever you actually cancel a drag. For example, you press on the escape key to cancel the drag. Okay, and I'll just be replacing these two with the double quotes. And of course here we're just removing that class to of course go back to the dashed border. Let's save this and refresh, and now if I was to drag over a thumbnail and then drag away, we can see of course it goes back to the dashed version. And also if I was to press escape on my keyboard, it also goes back to the dashed version. So those two event types are working. We can now move on to the main part of this tutorial.
Alright, so I'm going to do whatever he just did there, but because I'm the web developer extraordinaire, I'm going to use a different method. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just say ID is drop zone, and then I'm going to say var drop zone is get element by ID. Oh, is it called drop hyphen zone? It is. Okay. There we go. And then I'm going to say drop zone dot add event listener. Now it's drag over, and we do that, and we do that, and we say drop zone dot class list dot add. And the thing that we're going to add is this thing here. All right. Saving it. And we're going to refresh here. Get element by ID. Get element by ID. No, that is a function. It's a function. It's a thing. What am I doing? Get element by. Why would that do that? Have I lost my mind here? Okay, I think I had a stupid moment there. Right, here we go. Add of undefined. Okay, so I'm going to say event dot prevent default. And the drop zone is get element by ID drop zone. Add event listener the event listener is a drag over. That's right. So on drag over, we do that. Now everything here is good. Everything here is good. Add event listener. I've done that, right? Man. Ah, Jiminy. Right, okay. Right. Here we go. Back over here. Have a little refresh. Right. Now, let me just try something. Drop zone. Let's do a little console.log on drop zone inner HTML. I'm just making sure, and we have a gig, right? So I'm going to say drop zone dot add event listener. Drag over. All right. There we go. Okay, now let's take this event object here. And I'm going to say event.prevent default. And so what this is going to do is when I drop it, well, of course, that was a drop event. So let's not worry about that. The key thing is to add on the class name. So I'm going to say drop zone dot class list dot add, and I'm going to add that. There's Coco meowing. She's concerned that I might actually become successful, and we certainly can't have that. Right, now it's saying add of undefined. Aha! So in that case, I'm going to say, how's the guy doing it here? Need a capital L. I'm gonna refresh. There we go. All right. Okay, now I don't think I need an event prevent default there, so I'm going to take that out. I don't think I need it. But I'm going to go like this. And the other two events, thank you. Yeah, I forgot to say document. I'm an idiot. Thank you very much there, BioN. Alright, so now we're talking about drag leave and drag end. So drag leave, and this is going to be remove, and then drag end. Now we could just say var event types is, so I'm going to say drag leave, I'm going to say drag end, and then I'm going to say for we're going to look at those event types. I'll copy this little beauty, paste it in, and right around here, I'm going to do something like that. And let's see if that works. So here we go. Here we go. Here we go. There we go. Nice. Alright. Now, I am going to do a little event dot prevent default here. Maybe tidy this up a bit. Alright, so back over to the tutorial now.
Okay, so the drag leave event obviously happens whenever you drag outside of the actual drop zone, and the drag end is going to be running whenever you actually cancel a drag. For example, you press on the escape key to cancel the drag. Okay, and I'll just be replacing these two with the double quotes. And of course here we're just removing that class to of course go back to the dashed border. Let's save this and refresh, and now if I was to drag over a thumbnail and then drag away, we can see of course it goes back to the dashed version. And also if I was to press escape on my keyboard, it also goes back to the dashed version. So those two event types are working. We can now move on to the main part of this tutorial, and that of course is going to be handling the actual dropping of the files. So we can say here once again drop zone element dot add event listener, and here we're going to be adding the drop event. We're going to once again be grabbing hold of the event object, and inside here I'm not going to do anything just yet, but I do want to just console.log the event object. Okay, so let's just save this and then refresh the page, and then attempt to drag in a thumbnail. I'm going to drag this in over the drop zone and let go, and we can see right there the browser is going to open up the image in the actual web page. So that is the default behavior when you drag in a file. So in order to stop this from happening, we have to go back inside here, and we need to be adding a few prevent defaults. So inside the drag over, you need to say up here e.prevent default, just like that, and do the same thing for the drop event. So that one right there. So adding the prevent default for both of these event listeners is going to prevent that default behavior from occurring. So now saving this and refreshing, let's just go inside the console here and then drag in that same file. This time we see nothing happens, and of course in the console we get the drag event object. So in this drag event object, and this data transfer property is pretty much the most important one for this tutorial, and the reason for that is because it's got right here a files property. Okay, so this right here is a file list containing each one of our files. So as we can see here, it currently says a length of 0. Now this is actually, I believe, after doing a bit of googling, this is a bug in Google Chrome where it should actually be showing the updated file list. So let's go back inside the JavaScript here and say console log, this time saying e.filelist directly. So now saving this and refreshing, we can see now if I drag it in, we get nothing. So let me just figure out why. Okay, so it needs to be e.data transfer, then .files. Okay, let's try again, refresh, and then drop this in. This time a length of 0, and of course we can see right there we have the file object. So like I said, the previous example with the logging to the console, that appears to be a bug, but if you log it out directly, we can see we do in fact have a list of files inside there. Okay, so with that being said, let's go back inside the text editor and remove this console log. And now we're going to be doing this. We're going to be saying if e.data transfer, drop.files.length. So if we have, you know, at least one file that was dragged in, we're going to be saying here input element dot files is equal to e.datatransfer.files. So this right here is essentially taking our list of files, so our actual file list object is taking our list of files from here and then assigning it to the input element itself. So now when you submit the input element, when you submit the form with the input element inside of it, it's going to be submitting the files which you selected from the drag event. Okay? Okay, so we can then say down here, update thumbnail. So we're going to be defining this function very shortly, but we're going to be calling a function called update thumbnail. We're going to be passing through the drop zone element, and then we're going to be passing through the first file. So e.datatransfer.files at index 0, and this is why our thumbnail preview only shows the first file which you selected. Okay, so now down here we can say drop zone element dot class list dot then remove, and once again remove the drop zone over class. So now let's go down here and just define that update thumbnail function real quickly. We can say function update thumbnail, and then it's going to be accepting, like I said, a drop zone element and also our first file right there. So now I'm going to console.log. I'll just log out the drop zone element alongside the file. Okay, just for now. Let's save this and then refresh the page, and then of course choose, for example, one file. We can see right there we get the drop zone element and also we get the file. Okay, so everything's working perfectly fine now. Also, if I was to, for example, I might just drag in multiple files here. So I'll just console.log input elements.files. Okay, so the list of files on the input element itself. Okay, I'll log that out. I'll refresh, and then I'm going to be selecting multiple files here. So I'll just go inside here real quickly and select multiple files. Okay, so I've got 2 right there. Drag this in, and now we can see here we get the file list right up here. We get 2 files, 0 and 1, length of 2, and of course the function only received the first one, the vhost intro.html. Okay, cool. Let's go back inside here now. Remove this console.log. Then go down here and move on to doing this update thumbnail function. So inside here, the very first thing to do is we need to grab the hopefully existing thumbnail element. So the element which we removed earlier, we need to either grab an existing one or create a new one. So let's go back inside here and say let's thumbnail element equal to drop zone element dot query selector. We're going to be selecting the drop dash zone underscore thumb class. Okay, so obviously when you call this for the first time, this is going to return undefined since there is no element with that class. But on the second time, it's going to exist. So we're going to be saying here, if there is no thumbnail element, then we're going to be creating it. So I'll just say here, first time there is no thumbnail element, so let's create it. Okay, something like that. So inside here, we can then say thumbnail elements dot equals document dot create element and pass through here, of course, div. Then we can say thumbnail element dot class list dot add. Let's add the class required. So that is drop dash zone underscore underscore thumb. Okay. Then we can say drop zone elements dot append child and pass through here our thumbnail element. Okay, so now of course we're just appending the thumbnail element to the actual container, of course this one right here. So now if I save this and refresh, we should see the actual thumbnail being created. So I'll just select a file again. And we can see we get that right there. So clearly there's one minor issue here, and that is the prompt still exists. So let's remove that prompt if it is there currently. So let's go back inside here, and we're going to be saying just below that block of code, we're going to be saying if drop zone elements dot query selector. Then we can say drop dash zone underscore underscore prompt. So basically, if the prompt currently exists within the drop zone element, then we can just say once again query selector, and we can say dot remove to remove that element. So now saving this and refreshing, we can see now if I drag it in, the prompt gets removed on the first time, similar to this condition right here. So I might as well just say copy and just say first time, remove the prompt, and that's basically it. Okay, cool. So now let's move on, and we can just say down here thumbnail element dot data set dot label is equal to file dot name. So I do want to mention here that the file object here is an actual, proper file object, which means I can, for example here, console.log, and I'll log out the file and then save this and refresh, and we can see if I drag it in, the file looks like this. So we're just grabbing the name property from the file object, of course gauge.html, and then we are simply just setting that to the label data attribute, which I showed earlier, and of course it is being grabbed by the CSS label and of course being inserted just right there. Okay, cool. I might just copy and paste some JS doc, which I prepared earlier, so I'll just copy this and add it up here. I probably should have done this much earlier on, but there we go. So now with this JS doc, we can see we have the file type. So now if I was to say file dot and then name, it gives us the nice autocomplete for the name. So that is adding the actual label. Okay, and the very last thing to do here is of course actually display the image if it is an image. Okay, so we can say here show thumbnail for image files, and here we can say if file dot type dot starts with and then pass through here image /. Okay, so let's go back inside the browser real quick, and we can see here in the file object we have the type. And for the image files, I'll just drag one in real quickly here. So for image files, we can see, for example, here, the thumbnail, we get type image /JPEG. So of course, we're just checking if the type starts with image. If it does, then we're going to be, of course, displaying that image. So we can say here, const reader equal to a new file reader. So this file reader right here allows us to of course read files, and we're going to be reading the file to a data URL. Okay, so we can say here reader.read as data URL. So this gives us a base64 data URL for the file. and we're going to be passing through here the actual file just like that. And then this is actually an asynchronous call, so we need to say reader.onLoad, and basically we're going to be running this function right here once the reader is complete or done with reading the file. So essentially we can access it using reader.result. So we can say here thumbnail element dot style dot background image dot background image equal to, then we can say right here using the backticks template strings, okay, we can say URL, pass through here inside single quotes, putting a $sign and the two curly braces, we can pass through here reader.result. So like I said, reader.result is going to contain the base64 data URL representing the image, and it's going to be available once the reader is complete reading the actual file. Okay, so now saving this and refreshing, we should see now, if I was to drag in a thumbnail, it appears right there. Okay, so in the instance where, for example, the user has chosen an image like this and then they decide to change to using an actual HTML file, we can see it still stays there, the background image. So let's fix that up right now. Let's go back inside here, then say else, and here we can simply say thumbnail element dot background image is equal to, let's just make this null. So of course this is going to run whenever the type is not of image. So now saving this and refreshing and then dragging in an image file, for example the same thumbnail, and then let's go back inside here and drag through a HTML file, we can see now of course it gets changed, and that's basically how it's going to work. Okay, so the very last thing to do here is to make it so when you click on the actual drop zone, it gives you a manual selection file input prompt. So in order to achieve this, let's go back inside the text editor. I might just go up here and just remove this console log of that file, and let's go up inside the main event listener up here, or the main for each, and then inside here we're going to be adding an event listener once again to the drop zone element. So we're going to be saying drop zone element dot add event listener and pass through here the click event. So basically whenever the drop zone element gets clicked on, we're going to be running this function inside here, and basically we're going to be saying input element dot click. So essentially we are programmatically clicking on the input element whenever you click on the drop zone. So now saving this and refreshing, and now clicking on the drop zone, we can see right there we get the file selection prompt. I can of course choose a file, and now we need to make it so when you of course choose a file, it's going to display the thumbnail. So let's go back inside here, and we're going to be saying right down here we can say input elements dot add event listener. We're going to be listening for the change event on the actual input field itself, and this is going to run whenever the input field value gets changed. So we can say right here, we can just say if input element dot files dot length is more than 0, then we can say update thumbnail. We're going to be passing through here the drop zone element, and alongside that we can just say input element dot files and pass through, like we did earlier, the first file in the file list. If you want to support multiple files here, you need to simply add the multiple attribute to the input file just like that. Okay, so now I'm not going to do that. Let's just save this and then refresh the page, choose a file once again, and we can see it now displays as the thumbnail. So that is the main chunk of the work for the drag and drop file upload, but you might be wondering, how do you actually upload those files once you've got them inside the input field? So to answer that question, there's going to be two primary ways you can do this. So the very first method, and probably the easiest way to achieve this, would be to wrap the entire drop zone right here inside a post form, so something like this. So if you're using, for example, PHP as your server-side technology, we can say, for example, upload-file.php. Obviously, this is going to change depending on your own situation. Just an example, and then here you can just say enc type and make sure this is set to multipart/form data. And then inside here, inside this form, you can simply just copy and paste the drop zone, and it should all work as it would normally. So if you're not too sure how to upload the file using a form, just do a quick Google online and figure out, how to actually do it. But essentially, the input type of file needs to be inside the form. And then of course here, you can say input type of submit to actually, of course, submit that form and do whatever you need to do. The second way to upload the files or the file would be to upload it asynchronously using either AJAX or the Fetch API. So I've got a video on uploading files with the Fetch API. If you're interested, and hopefully that video should cover most, if not all, of the content to actually upload that file asynchronously. And that is how to create a file upload field with our drag and drop capabilities. Thanks for watching, guys, and I'll see you later.
Alright, that was a good tutorial, I thought. Pretty good. So I'd say I'm about 1/3 of the way through knowing everything I need to do to get this thing working. There was, however, a bit of that I've never seen before, and it's a bit that I'm a wee bit nervous about, because I've never ever seen this code before. And it was the bit when he displayed the thumbnail. Let me just have a wee look at that again.
And then it's going to be accepting, like I said, a drop zone element, and also our first file right there. So now I'm going to console.log. I'll just log out the drop zone element alongside the file. Okay, just for now. Let's save this, and now we can see here existing one, or create that with required. So that is drop. I'm going to be saying just below that block of code, the label data and image. Of course, displaying gives us a base64 data URL for the file. And we're going to be passing through here the actual file, just like that. And then this is actually an asynchronous call, so we need to say reader.onload, and basically we're going to be running this function right here once the reader is complete or done with reading the file. So essentially we can access it using reader.result. So we can say here thumbnail elements.style.background image, background image equal to, then we can say right here using the backticks template strings, okay, we can say URL, pass through here inside single quotes, putting a $sign and the two curly braces, we can pass through here reader.result. So like I said, reader.result is going to contain the base64 data URL representing the image, and it's going to be available once the reader is complete reading the actual file. Okay, so now saving this and refreshing, we should see now, if I was to drag in a thumbnail, it appears right there. Okay, so you can pass through 64 data.
I have never seen that kind of code in my life. So let me make sure everybody's okay in the room. Alright. So let's see if we can figure this out. Now, I'm going to make a div up here with an ID of test thumb. Okay. I'm going to say hello. I'm going to make it so that this test thumb thing is going to have a width of 450 and a height of 450 and a background color that's red. Oops. Right, okay. So when I drop something, let's just see what we have here. So at the moment, if I grab something and drop it, let's try that again. Okay, that's definitely not what we want. So let's go through this. When we drag over, we prevent default. When we drop, we prevent default. And let's just, right, I think before I do anything, I need to get this, oh, do you know what it was? I dropped it on the wrong thing. Right, okay, we're good. We're good. Okay, so what we're doing then is slowly, I'm going to drag this little beauty, drop it here. Okay. Now the mission is, can I get that red thing showing the thing as a background image? And like I say, what the guy did there, I've never seen that kind of code in my life. But let's just give it a try. I have a feeling it's as if he's got an external library getting loaded. I don't know. I've never seen it. Anyway, let's just copy it. New, and we've got a thing called file reader. I've absolutely never seen that in my life. Now, we are going to say reader.read as data URL. Reader dot read as data URL, and it's the file. Okay, that's good. Then you see reader dot onload equals double arrow vibe here. And then, right, here we go. So, right, this, I'm going to go like this. I'm going to say test thumb is document get element by ID. Test thumb, and then test thumb.style.background image. So test thumb.style.background image equals, looks like we're doing these backticks here. We have a URL and something like that. But inside here we do a template string and we say reader.result. Now if that works, I will be friggin' amazed. I don't think it will work though, it's too good to be true. Well, maybe I should just try and get my expectation of success rolling again. So here we go, expecting success. Smiling, it's gonna work, yay. Oh, holy moly, it works. Oh. Wow, I didn't think that would work. That's absolutely friggin' awesome. Nice tutorial, I love it. Right, now that's great. Of course, that is only one part of the jigsaw, ladies and gentlemen. We are building a complete reconstruction of the Filepond thing, but that's bloody brilliant, man. I love it. So the next thing that I want to figure out then is the asynchronous uploading using AJAX, and this is probably a good time to go back to Adam Codry, you know. So Adam Corey, Adam Corey, and I'm just going to say upload, let's just say multiple. So multiple file upload progress bars. All right. This is going to be a long tutorial, but probably a worthwhile one.
Hello everybody. I thought it would be fitting to jumpstart my return to YouTube by producing a programming tutorial that has been highly requested in 2020. I'll be demonstrating through two separate examples of how to develop multiple file upload applications with progress bar using AJAX and PHP. And it's all vanilla, the flavor that we like best. Before we get into the code, let's take a look at the working examples so you'll know exactly what we're delving into. Okay, in the first example, we have multiple file inputs. And this is not the ideal way to present this to your users or have the user interface be displayed, but I'll show you at the end of the video how I went about doing it for a client last year. So just because it looks this way, and this is all very basic, so we didn't have to have a lot of code involved, but I'll show you how I created the user interface for a multi-upload application with progress bar at the end of the video. Okay, so if you want to see how I actually applied this sort of logic to an application, just wait till the end of the video and I'll show you a cool example. It's all designed real nice and everything. So we'll choose file. Let's just get an image, another image, and then we'll choose a third image, and then press upload files. You can see we have some things that are being displayed underneath the progress bar, but you don't have to display those things in your application. I only added those for developer purposes. So here we are in my FTP software, and you can see all three of the images uploaded to the server, no problem, into the uploads folder. Now here we have the second example, and this one, the user can press choose files, and it's just one file input, and they can hold shift as they select each file. That way they can select multiple, and it says 3 files, and then when they press upload, all 3 files upload. And back in our FTP software, we can see that all 3 of the selected files successfully uploaded into the uploads folder. And I just wanted to add both scenarios, just in case somebody asked for one or the other. I was going to do just one example, but I know that somebody would have said, hey, what about if I wanted to let the user hold shift and select multiple using just one file input? So that's why we have 2 examples. And they both use AJAX on the client side and PHP on the server side. And we're using AJAX, that way we can provide a progress bar that shows the user how much time left, because you might have some very large files, like videos or audio files, that you want to allow people to upload to your applications. So it's really nice to give them a progress bar in that case. Okay, here we are in our code editor. You can see that we have example 1, example 2, and parser.php. So what I'll do is explain example 1 first, then we'll explain example 2, and then explain parser.php. And then I'll give you guys some notes at the very end about security and other considerations that you might want to put into your application. Okay, so for example 1, what we'll do is we'll talk about the HTML first, and then I'll open up these JavaScript functions and explain every line. That way you'll have no doubt about what everything is doing. So first we have a form down in the HTML, and we make sure the encoding type is set to multi-part form data, so it can intake files. And I don't think the method post is even necessary there, but I added it. It might be necessary, it might not. I didn't experiment with removing that, but you can probably remove that. And if it doesn't work, if you remove that, then just put it back. It's really not even worth discussing. So what we have inside the form are these 3 file inputs. Type, file, and I gave them a name of file group. Each of them have the same exact name. When we process that in our JavaScript, we'll have an array stemming from the name attribute. And the array will contain all 3 of those elements. Then we have an input type button, which you don't even really need. You can have a button element there if you don't want to put an input. As long as on the button, you have an on-click event that runs or executes the upload files function, which is sitting right there. Then we have a progress bar with an ID of progress bar, initial value of 0, max 100, and your style you can put up in your CSS. I just put it inline because I didn't want to muck up my file for this example with style tags up in the head. But normally you would have your styling going on in your CSS section of your application. Then under that we have an element with an ID of status. That's just going to show plain text, and another plain text element with an ID of loaded in total. And at the end of the video, I'll also show you existing tutorials on my channel that are related to this one, because we've done a progress bar tutorial in the past, but it was only for single files, one file at a time. So what was becoming requested was people wanted to know how to add multiple files to the progress bar. But I'll show you all of the existing files, or all of the existing tutorials that are related to this one on my channel at the end of the video. And I say that because we've already discussed function progress handler and function complete handler. And there's also an abort handler and an error handler functions and listeners that you can set up. So first let's run through the upload files function. So let me expand that. And the first line in the upload files function is we set up a variable named form data, and that's equal to new form data object. And the form data is what gets sent through our AJAX request. Then we have a variable of user files, and that's going to be equal to document.getElementsByName file group. So this is an array that contains all three input file elements. That way we can process them right here in our JavaScript before everything goes to PHP. Then we have a for loop that's set up with an I variable that starts at 0, and then we say where I is less than userfiles.length, then we increment the I variable. So it starts at 0, then it goes from 0 to 1, then to 2. In my case, we have 3, so that's as high as mine's going to get. The I is not going to get any higher than 2. It starts at 0, then it goes to 1, then it goes to 2. All three files. Then we set up another variable inside of that for loop to just make this file that's going through the loop have a smaller variable name. So I just named it file. Then we have an if condition to say if file is true. Then we execute this code right here. If the file is not true, that means it's missing. Maybe the user only selected 2 files. You might have 3 inputs on the page, but maybe they only selected 1 or 2. So if they only selected 1 or 2, we don't want this line right here to run if the input element is empty, if there's no file. We only want this form data.append to run if there is a file present in the input. So if there's a file present in the input element, we append to the form data object the name we want to give it, and I just gave it file underscore 0, 1, or 2, whichever one's coming through the loop. And what you name it is not very important, but what is important is you send the object, the file object, to PHP. So you can see the file object is right here. And in my case, it was images, but you can upload audio, video files, whatever you want. And then this line here that I have commented out will show you how you can access the file name or its size or its type. That way you can run some evaluations directly in your JavaScript before PHP ever gets a hold of it. You might want to put in some conditions to say, if the size is greater than whatever number, whatever amount of bytes that you want to limit it to, you can tell the user, hey, that file's too big, or that file's too small. Choose another one. And the same with the type. So maybe before you append the file to the form data, you might want to run some evaluations on these pieces of information. Now, once that loop is finished processing, all of your files will be appended to the form data object. So outside of the for loop, I just added appended another key value pair to the form data object. This is just extra random data because I wanted to show some people might not know how to put more data to go through to PHP. So you can put append as much data as you want to the form data object. So I just put username would be the key and Adam would be the value. Then, like usual, we just set up our AJAX request. Then we say ajax.upload.addEventListener of progress. And then the function that we want to handle that progress is progress handler, which is sitting right here. Then the next line we say ajax.addEventListener of load, which is for the complete handler function. That means when PHP is finished uploading all the files to the server, this complete handler function is going to fire off because everything will be complete at that point. And that's what the load event listener is for. And the next line we say ajax.open, and the method is post, and then the parsing file, the file that we want to handle everything, is parser.php. And finally, we put the form data into the send method of the AJAX. Now I'll go ahead and collapse that back up, and I'll open up the progress handler so you can see exactly what's going on in that. And if you have watched my previous tutorial on AJAX PHP progress bar for single files, this is all exactly the same. I didn't change anything. So in the loaded in total paragraph down in the page, which these things you don't even have to show the user. All you have to show them really is the progress bar, but you might want to show them a little bit more information, or you might want to see it yourself while you're developing. So in the loaded in total, we're going to say uploaded however many bytes of loaded of the total bytes during the upload process. Then we create a variable called %, and that's equal to event.loaded divided by event.total multiplied by 100. Then in our progress bar element, we make the value of that progress bar equal to math.round %. In the inner HTML of the status element, we say math.round %, and then we put in the text of % uploaded ... please wait. And that's it for that one. And then the complete handler is very simple. In the status element, once again, we're going to change its inner HTML to show the response text that PHP sends back to the AJAX request. And you can see in the parser, it just echoes the word finished. So that's the response text that's going to be sent back to the application. And you can also evaluate that, make an if condition, say, if the response text is equal to finished, do this in my application, else do that in my application. And then the progress bar, the value we set back to 0. And that's everything. Now you might want to add back in your abort handler and your error handler functions and listeners. And I'll be showing you the original tutorial that contains those at the end of the video. Okay, now we're going to move along to the second example, and this one uses a single input file with an attribute of multiple, and that's what gives the user the ability to hold shift and grab multiple files at once to be uploaded, which is just a different method of doing the same thing that we did in example 1. But this example would require that you give them instructions to say you can select multiple files into this single input for your end user. So that's why maybe giving them multiple inputs would be a better alternative in some cases. So everything about this form is exactly the same, except instead of using 3 inputs or multiple inputs, we're using a single input. And this one has an ID of user files. Now in this one, I won't be expanding the progress handler or the complete handler because they're exactly the same as example 1. See? Exactly the same code as in example 1. The only thing different is going to be function upload files. There'll be small variations here, and I'll explain those now. So as we did before, we're going to set up the form data object. Then we set up a variable called uFiles, that's short for user files. And then we access the user files element on the page. And you can see I have an underscore function here, and that function is set up top, which is the same as this example 1. So anywhere in my script where you see the underscore function, that's just returning get element by ID. A lot of new browsers, you don't even have to, if something has an ID on the page, there's an object reference created automatically. But I just want to put this in case somebody's using some old browser version while they're testing or whatever. So anywhere you see the underscore function, basically it's just saying document.getElement by ID. That way you get an object reference for that element down on the page. All right, so back in example 2, we're running the underscore function to access the files. So uFiles is going to be an array. So if the user selects 5 files, then this array will contain those 5 files. So we for loop over those using the uFiles.length. And then just like the other one, we append each file to the form data object. We name it, and then we put the object here. And we're just using the I to access which file that we're appending through the loop. And the first one's going to be 0. This I will represent 0, so that'll be the first file. And the second time the loop runs, this will be a 1. Third time, 2, and so on. And then everything else here is exactly the same as it was in example 1. So you can see there's not much difference doing it this way. All right, so now that you understand everything about both examples, 1 and 2, we'll take a look at parser.php really quick. There's not much code at all. I made it really bare bones to serve the purpose But there's a lot of things that you want to add to this for security's sake and some evaluations that you might want to perform. And I'm going to discuss that in the notes at the end of the video. And in example 2, we're also sending the username of Adam. We're appending that to the form data object. So let me explain the code really quick in parser.php so we can move along to the notes and talk about some security and other concerns that you might have. The first thing we're going to do is run an if condition to see if the post username is set. And you can check for any other kind of data that you might be sending in this isSet function. It just makes sure that the data is set before any of the code inside this if condition runs. So if that data is set, we're going to run a for each loop over the files object, which is an associative array in PHP containing all of the files that are coming through. And this is a global object, meaning anywhere in your script you can access this object. So the for each loop, what that does is going to break down each of the items in the associative array. So for each files array as file. So basically file, this variable is going to contain each separate file. Its temp name, its type, its size, and the error code for each of the files. That's how we access it through this variable. And then inside of the for each loop, all we simply do is run the move uploaded file function, and we use the temp name data, that's its path and the file name, and we're going to move that to the uploads folder /, and then we put the file name here. And that's how the file actually gets moved to that folder. And then after the for each loop runs several times, or however many files you have, then we echo finished back to the AJAX request. Now you also might want to run an if condition on the move uploaded file function. This could actually be the condition in your if-else condition statements. So you can move this code into an if condition to see if it rings true. And if it rings true, then the file will be moved at that point. It's just a different way to evaluate. You can see if the file had any problems moving or not. But I just wanted to make this very bare bones so there wasn't any confusion or not too much code confusing anybody or mucking things up. And that's it. You have now seen all of the code that made those 2 examples operate. Okay, now we're going to look over some notes, and then we'll show you related existing tutorials that I made in the past that are related to this tutorial. It might be beneficial for you to see those things. All right, so you can see I have some client-side JavaScript notes and then some server-side PHP notes here. And the first note for the client side is make sure they can't click the upload button until they select at least one file. So basically here, and if you're wondering what code editor or IDE that I'm using, it's called Atom, A-T-O-M. So what you can do is give your upload button an ID of whatever you want to name it, and then you just grab the object reference in your JavaScript, you grab the object reference for that button, and you can enable or disable it. So maybe you want to have it disabled by default. And I think you can put that in the HTML. You can actually disable a button by just putting the disabled attribute on the button. If you don't know how to do that, just look online. It's very easy. And then what you can do is, for your first file input, have an onChange event that runs a new function that you write that will then enable that button and make it clickable after they put a file, select a file into that element. So that is a way that you can make the upload button disabled at first and then enabled once they actually select some files. So that's why I wrote make sure, and it's just optional. You don't have to do it. Another way around that is you don't have to do anything to the button, and in your upload files function, you can put an if-else condition statement. For instance, if the user files.length is 0, then you just don't run any of this code. So this code would be in your else condition, and in the if condition, or the if condition part, if it happens to be 0 files, you just give them an alert saying, please select a file. I'm not going to do everything under the sun for you in this application, so that's why I'm just giving you the notes. And then for the second note, it's possible to check the file size and type before the files go server-side. And I gave you the way you can access that. You can access the file name, the size, and the type, and run if-else condition statements on that as well. So if the file's not a size that you want, or a type that you want, just make sure you don't run this code. But if it is, then that code can run. And you can use return false in any of your JavaScript functions to make the function stop at any point. The function will stop executing where you put return false. So sometimes you don't even have to have the else condition. You can just put an if condition and then return false inside of that if condition. If there's no files, return false. Give the alert and return false inside of your if condition. So that's all I wanted to mention for the client-side notes. And then the server-side notes, for number 1, we have only accept the type of file that your form is asking for. So in most cases, you're going to be looking for maybe just PDF files for the user to upload, or just image files, or just audio files, or only video files, like MP4. And then the second note is, if the upload happens to fail, check your php.ini configuration file. Now in that file is a whole kind of directives dealing with your server. And in those directives, there are a lot to deal with file uploads, execution times, and things like that. So the things that you want to check if your uploads happen to fail on your live server, or even on your local server, you want to check the upload max file size, memory limit, max execution time, max input time, post max size, and max file uploads. And you can research what each of these directives do in your PHP configuration. There's tons of explanations online about what each of these directives do. So even if you don't know what they mean by looking at them right now, you can easily find out. Then for note number 3 on the server side, make sure the uploads folder permission allow files to upload, which is 755 or 777 for an even looser chmod. But 755 is the usual. So if your files don't make it into the folder, it could be that your folder doesn't have the proper permissions on it. Then finally, number 4 is rename files so that no undersigned characters are in the file name. Because sometimes people will upload a file and it'll have a name with a space in it or a pound sign or some weird characters that you don't want in there. So it's sometimes a good idea when it gets to PHP to rename the files in the server-side part of your application before uploading them to the folder, or before adding that file name to a database or something like that, because you might want to put the file name in a database to catalog things for the user. But you don't have to upload the file itself to the database. You just put the file in a folder somewhere on the server, and you can refer to that file by putting the name of it in your database. That way you can easily snatch it up whenever you need it from the folder system. Now usually what I do is I strip all spaces and non-alphanumeric characters, or I'll just force a name that my system needs. Because sometimes if there's spaces and weird characters, the upload might not even work. It depends on how the server is configured. Now, like I told you in the beginning of the video, I was going to show you how I created this sort of application for a client.
Okay.
In this tutorial, we'll be showing you how to use HTML5, JavaScript, and PHP to render elegant file upload progress bars. Now, due to the fact that we're using HTML5, this application may not work as intended in old versions of browser software. So for now, just make sure you experiment in either Google Chrome, Firefox, or Internet Explorer, the most modern versions of those. And we'll be coding every line of the small script, so there'll be no need for any bulky third-party code libraries or frameworks. This way you'll have a better understanding of how the application works at its core, and it'll be much, much easier for you to manage and customize it down the road. First, let's take a look at the finished product of the lesson so you can evaluate whether or not your applications might benefit from having file upload progress meters. And this little demo is running live on my server right now, online. So what I'll do right now is browse my computer for a video file and make sure it's one that's over 1 megabyte at least. That way we can see some progress loading into the bar and it doesn't load so super fast. So I browsed my computer and I chose tomandjerry.mp4, which is a video file that was sitting on my desktop. And it's approximately 2.8 megabytes. Now I'll press upload file. And what I did was I added at the bottom, just for developer purposes, 2 lines here. This first line shows you the exact number, the percentage of how much of the file has uploaded to the server so far. And this bar, this nice green bar here, shows the exact percentage as well. Now down at the very bottom, I put in an extra line that shows how much of the file bytes have loaded in, and the total bytes of the file size. So as the developer, you can see how much of the file has loaded in, exactly how many bytes, and the total amount of bytes. When the upload is complete, we have the application render out a message that comes back to the AJAX request. So this file is actually being uploaded using AJAX, and this message right here is an echo from PHP. Alright, let's begin with the bare bones of an HTML5 web document. This way we can all see the production of this application from scratch. And mine is named HTML5 file upload form.html. You can name this file whatever you want. This is the file that just houses the form. So first let's go into the body element, and we'll put all the HTML that we need in place, and then we'll put the JavaScript here in the script element up top. So the first thing in the body is I'll add an H2 heading that says HTML5 file upload progress bar tutorial. Then under that, I'm going to open up my form element, and make sure I go down a couple of lines and close that form element. Now inside of the opening tag for that form element, we're going to put an ID for that form, and the ID we give it isn't very important at this point. And actually, within the whole application, we're not even going to reference that ID. But your form might need a name and an ID attribute, so you can go ahead and give it that. Then for the data encoding, we're going to have multi-part form data. So the encoding type will be multi-part form data because we're building a file upload application. And then the method that the form will use is post. We're also going to specify the method post within our AJAX request because really AJAX is going to be what's uploading the file, and post will be specified for that AJAX request. Okay, now inside of the form, we're going to have an input element with a type of file, and this is what gives your user the little browse for file button. It's what allows them to browse their computer and select a file. And we'll give this a name attribute that's equal to something simple like file1. And we'll also give it an ID attribute of the same value. And we'll close that input element, and we'll just put a break tag there. That way we have a line break on the page. Now the next input element we want is going to be type of button. We'll also give it a value attribute. That way we can specify what the text is on the button. We'll just make it say upload file. Now the last thing we need on this button is an on-click event listener. So we'll put in on-click is equal to whatever JavaScript function that we want to fire off. So the name of the JavaScript function that we'll write will be upload file, then open and close parentheses. So this is how we can execute the upload file function on click of this button. So this first input allows the user to browse their computer and select a file, and then this input is simply a button that initiates the upload of that file. And I'm programming this all very basic. You guys would have to customize your whole application to get it working exactly the way you want it. I'm just making it very basic for demonstration purposes. Now we're going to add the new HTML5 progress element, put in the opening tag and the closing tag for that progress element. Now we'll give this an ID of progress bar. We'll make a starting value 0, and we'll make the max attribute 100. That way it has a range from 0 to 100. And I'm just going to put a style attribute in there to make it a width of whatever I want. So you can customize the width of that progress bar. I'll put it 300 pixels. You can also target some other style properties for that progress element. Now the next thing we're going to do is have those 2 lines that I had under the bar in the demo of the application. There was a little line that showed us the exact number of how much progress is loaded with a little % symbol. And then there was a line that showed us how many bytes were loaded in and how many total bytes there were for the file size. So let's pop those into place. And the first one is an H3 heading, and that has an ID of status. Then we have a paragraph element with an ID of loaded and total. So status is where we're going to put the actual percentage number for how much is loaded in. But like I said, this is for developer purposes. But if you want to have it in your final application for your end users to see, you can choose to do that. But you can just remove these if you don't want them, because really all you need is the progress bar to show them how much is loaded. But some people like showing them the number with a little % symbol as well. So that's all of the HTML that our application will require for now. Now we can work on the JavaScript portion. Now first I'm going to pop in a function that's simply going to allow me to not use document.getElementById a whole lot of times in my application. Since I don't want to use that over and over and over again, I can just write a small function that returns that, and all I'll have to use is an underscore to get any element by its ID on the page. If you've ever used jQuery before, they'll use a $sign here. And that way, in your applications, all you have to do is put $sign and then refer to the element that you want. I'm just going to use an underscore, that way nobody gets confused. So all this function does is set up to return the document.getElementById object reference for whatever element that you're targeting on the page. It's simply a way to avoid writing document.getElementById many times in your application. Now, the next thing we need in our JavaScript is this upload file function. So let's copy that name of that function that's going to fire off on the on-click event of this upload file button. So we go up into the JavaScript and we type in function, upload file, open, close parentheses, put an opening curly brace, go down a couple of lines and put in a closing curly brace. Now the first thing we have to do in that upload file function is target the file that is to be uploaded. So we're going to need a variable name, and we'll just name it file, and we'll make that variable equal to document.getElementById, and the ID we want to target is file1 right here. And we're going to access its files array, and the first element in the files array, we can access that by putting a 0 in between square brackets. So you've targeted that file field by its ID, and then you access its files array, the first element in the files array. That basically gives you the object reference for whatever file the person has browsed for. And then you can upload it. Now this next line that I have in place is going to be commented out, but you might want to uncomment the first few times that you run this application, so you can see how you have access to the file name, the file size, and the file type, even before the user presses the upload button. So in your JavaScript side of your application, before this file is sent to PHP for upload, you have access to the file's name, size, and type, if you need to evaluate those things for your form. But I'll just leave that commented out. You guys might want to uncomment it and let it run the first couple of times that you run your application. And that's just there for developer purposes as well. Now the next variable we'll need is a form data variable, so we'll just name it aptly form data. And that's going to be equal to new form data object instance. And we're establishing that so we can easily send key value pairs of data in the AJAX request to the parsing file. So we'll take that object reference now on the next line, and we're going to .append, run the append method, and we'll append a key value pair. So the name or the key, will be file1, and the value will be the next parameter, so we put a comma, and then we just refer to the file object reference here. And this form data instance is going to be sent through our AJAX request when we use the send method. So now let's build that AJAX request. We're going to say var AJAX equal to new XML HTTP request. Open close parentheses semicolon. Now since the whole point of this application is to have a file upload progress bar, we're going to have some event listeners added to this AJAX instance because we want to listen for the progress event, we want to listen for the complete event when it's done. We're also going to listen for the error event and the abort event. So let's pop those lines into place right now. And you can see we're taking the AJAX object instance and we're adding event listeners to it. And this first event listener is progress, the second one is load, and that's your complete event. So when the whole transaction is complete and the file is finished being uploaded and PHP gives a response back, that's when this load event fires off and complete handler function will execute. During the progress event for this upload, a progress handler function is going to be called every time that there's new progress of upload to the server. So every time more bytes are uploaded to the server, the progress event is going to be called to run, or the progress handler function is going to be called to run by the progress event listener. Now these last two, error and abort, are rarely ever going to happen, and if they do happen, we'll have functions in place ready to take care of that event. These are all straightforward how we're adding the event listeners to the AJAX instance. We simply target the event that we want to listen for, then we put in the name of the function that we want to fire off when that event occurs. So we have to have these functions written in our script. We're going to do that in just a second. We're going to have 4 functions: progress handler, complete handler, error handler, and abort handler. We're going to write those 4 functions. Then when these events happen to take place, those functions are going to take care of those events. Now you'll notice that the first one, the progress event, has the upload object reference before we add the event listener, and that's just so that we can monitor the progress of the upload while it's uploading. If you remove that .upload reference that we put there, you'll notice that your application might not function correctly. So we put that in place just to make sure that we can evaluate the progress of the upload while it's uploading. Alright, so now the very next thing we need for the AJAX request is to run the open method. Now the open method gets 2 parameters. The first parameter is going to be the method, which is post, and then the next parameter is simply the URL of your parsing file. So I'll name mine file upload parser.php. That's going to be the file that actually moves the uploaded file to the server, and I'll show you that file in just a moment. And the very last line we need within this upload file function is AJAX.send method, and this is what actually executes the whole AJAX request. So we're going to send form data. So all we have to do is put in our form data object instance, and it already has the file appended to it right here. So that way the file can be uploaded by PHP. Now before we look at that PHP upload parse file, we're going to need these 4 little functions in place that I was talking about. Now the progress handler is the most important one for this exercise because that's the one that's going to keep firing off every time the server is updated with new loaded bytes. And we're going to be able to access the event.loaded and event.total. So you'll have how many bytes have loaded so far and the total bytes, and we can compute those 2 numbers to give ourselves a percentage. Okay, let's get this first function, progress handler, written into place. So let's put function, progress handler, open, close parentheses, opening curly brace, closing curly brace. Now when these events are firing off, we want to snatch up the event reference in the arguments area of this function. So for the argument for this function, we're just going to put event. Now sometimes you might see this written as EVT, or sometimes you might just see it as E. And it doesn't matter any way you want to write it. It can be this if you want. It doesn't even matter. But as long as you're referencing that event, and I'm just going to write out event because that's what it is. But keep in mind that you might see this written as EVT. And remember in ActionScript, we used to write just E to reference events. Remember? So whether you see it as E, whether you see it as EVT, or whether you see it fully written as event, it'll work either way like that. We're just scooping up the event reference as an argument through this function. That way we can access the event within the function. Now, first thing we'll do within that function is say document.getElementById, and we're going to target this loaded and total element down at the bottom. And this line is just going to be in for developer purposes, just to show you how much of the file has loaded in so far and how much total bytes. So you'll get the loaded bytes and total bytes shown to you in this paragraph element. But you can remove that if you need to for your finished application. So once we target that paragraph element, we'll target its inner HTML property. We're going to make that equal to the string of uploaded bytes of total bytes. So you'll see how many loaded bytes have progressed and how many total bytes you have. We're also going to use event.loaded and event.total to get the percentage right now. So let's type in var percent is equal to event.loaded divided by event.total. And we're going to multiply that by 100. That way we don't get a decimal value and we get a correct percentage number that we're looking for. It's just basically we're multiplying it by 100 to make sure there's no decimal. We're moving the decimal over 2 places basically. Now we can say document.getElementById of this progress bar, the new HTML5 progress bar, and make its .value equal to the percent. And if that number ever happens to be a decimal and you want to math.round, you can just put math.round method to run on the percent number. Now we'll say document.getElementById, the status element on the page, which was this little h3 element here. We're going to put the actual percent number and the percent symbol so the user can see it. We'll say .innerHTML is equal to, and we'll just take the same number here, the percent, plus the string of the percent symbol and the words uploaded ... please wait. And that's all of the code that we're going to need within our progress handler function. So this function is going to fire off a lot, and that's what gives you the animated effect of the bar growing. So let's take that whole function, press Control C, go down under that one, press Control V. Let's change the name of that to complete handler. So we have function complete handler now. Now we can remove this line from the bottom. And the only line we want to keep in there is the progress bar value. We want to make that 0 after the upload is complete. Now this complete handler function is the function that fires off when PHP echoes back the upload is complete to the AJAX request. So when PHP echoes back that the upload is complete to the AJAX request, or if PHP echoes back some kind of error event, this complete handler will also pick that up. So before we make the progress bar value back to 0, we want to put something in the status.innerHTML, and that is the actual text coming back that is echoed back from the PHP file, and that is target.response_text. And if any of you are familiar working with AJAX, you'll know that the target.response_text property is how we get the response text back from a parsing file like a PHP script, and that's all there is to the complete handler function. So the complete handler is tied to the load event, and the load event just pretty much means when the operation, the transaction, is fully completed. Now the error and abort functions are going to be very basic. Let's get the error handler here, and for that one I'm just going to write into the status element upload failed. Now we can take that function and then get the abort handler, and that'll be like a cancel listener for if the file upload is canceled. We'll name that function abort handler, and in the status we'll put upload aborted. Now we have all 4 of our event listener functions in place, and that's it for the JavaScript. Now all we need to do is write our file upload parser.php, which is simply going to be the script that uploads and moves the uploaded file to the server, and then it will echo back to this AJAX request some kind of message. Okay, so you can see file upload parser is made very basic for this demonstration, and you would want to expand it with more error handling and checking of the file size, the type, and to make sure it's there and things like that. The only error handling I put in place was to check and see if the file was browsed for, just to see if it's there before we run the move uploaded file function on it to actually put it where we want it on the server. So the first thing we do in the script is we want some variables that represent the file's name, its temp location in the PHP temp folder, its type, its size, and to see what the error message is for that file upload. We get access to all of those little things by specifying the global files variable, the key, or the name of the incoming key value pairs, and we were sending in as key value pair the key of file 1 and then the file data to be uploaded. And we can tap into the little specific details about this file by specifying its array elements, because the file that's coming into this script has an array of data behind it that we can access little parts of. For instance, the error, the size, the type, temp name, and name. So the first thing I'll do is check to see if the file is in the PHP temp folder ready to be moved. If it's not there, then we're going to echo back to AJAX request, error, please browse for a file before clicking the upload button, and we exit the script. If the file is in the PHP temp folder and it's ready to be moved, we just run the move uploaded file function. So all I did was I put if move uploaded file function executes correctly, then we're going to echo back to the AJAX request, file name upload is complete, because at that point everything is successful. Else, if the move uploaded file function does not execute correctly, then we're going to echo back to the AJAX request, move uploaded file function failed. And you guys know how the move uploaded file function works. It takes two parameters. The first parameter is the file to be uploaded, where it's residing in the PHP temp folder temporarily before it gets moved. Then the second parameter is your destination, the path, and the name that you want to have for that file. You can name the file whatever you want, if you feel like changing the name, or you can just keep the original name that it was uploaded as, which is what we're doing here. Or you can change it. And you can also target any folder in your directory on your website, in your folder system. I'm just targeting a folder called test uploads. And in that folder, we're placing the file. Now, like I said, you'd want to put more error handling here, maybe to check the file size, its type, and things like that. The script is made basic just for demonstration purposes. So that's it for file upload parser, and it's very simple. Now, back in our upload form, I want to stress to you guys that you don't have to use the new HTML5 progress bar element. You can animate any graphics, any custom graphics that you want. For instance, if you want to have a canvas element here instead, and you want to use any crazy lines or circles or whatever to show progress of a file upload, you can do that. You can have animation on a canvas element instead of having this progress element here. You can also put a div within a div. So you'll see that many times people traditionally used to make progress bars and gauges using a div within a div. They just make the parent div have a border and a background, then they put an inner div inside of it, and that inner div's width is affected through JavaScript in this progress handler event. So within this progress handler event, you can simply target a div's width and make it grow according to the percent number. So the inner div would be like a growing colorful bar that grows inside of a parent div. And the parent div, you just give it a border, a background, make it look any way you want. And inside it'll have a child div that grows dynamically according to the percent of the file upload. So there's many different ways you can be creative with this, and I just wanted to use the new HTML5 progress element because that's exactly what it was designed for. It's a new modern thing we have to use on the web, and it was made for exactly this purpose, or things similar to this. But keep in mind that you don't have to use that. You can use any custom graphics that you want. Okay, so that shows you how to use HTML5, JavaScript, and PHP to render elegant file upload progress meters, and all the programming that you need to be able to customize this thing for your future applications. I hope you've enjoyed this lesson. If you get a moment, click the like button if you liked it.
Okay. That guy is brilliant. He's really good. Alright. So it's not entirely what I'm looking for, but I think it's close, and I think I've got enough pieces of the jigsaw here to give this a go. I reckon this will take me between 6 and 12 hours, but it should be worth it. Alright, so I'm gonna give this a wee test then, right? So this is just a test thing. I'll say data view file equals DC. This template, public default. I'll pass in the data, and I'm going to have a file called dc.php. Going to head over to this, and then I'll do a little section with fill page and white strip, which is going to have something like this. Alright, so let me do a wee list of what I need to figure out here. The first thing is right. So I'm going to draw a nice drop zone, and I'm going to build a normal multi-part form, and then when they hit submit, I'm going to get each file with some kind of loop, post to the endpoint, and I'm going to get the percent progress of each file. Now once I've done that, then I'm going to actually, I'm kind of going to disguise the form, get the whole vibe working as a drop zone. Once it works as a drop zone, add nice spinners and whatnot. Then I'm going to add a delete feature. Then I'm going to add a load already got uploaded feature. Then I'm going to do a wee bit of error handling, security, allowed file types, and safe names. That's what I need to build, folks. These are the required steps. So there's basically what I'm looking for, right? So let's begin. Now the first thing I'm going to do is I am going to build a nice drop zone here, kind of like the one from the Australian video, you know. Now I am going to do a little bit of styling here. Which I'm going to chuck down here. Let's save this and refresh. Okay, now the first thing I'm going to do is get it so that the maximum width is 100% here. Why not? Okay, now this height is going to be changed to a minimum height. Okay, now let's just quickly reference this. So okay, so what I'm going to do then is get one of those multi-part forms in here, but in the meantime let me just chuck this little prompt thing in here. So it says drop file here, or drop file here, or click upload. Now I want to get a form in here, and the type. I'm going to need to just check this. Yeah, that's it. So it's going to be type multipart / or pardon me, enc type. Enc type is multi-part / form data. Now the action is actually irrelevant here, but the ID is going to be multi-form, and in here we're going to have an input type of file. And a button. That's just going to say submit. Now back over on the page here, we get this. If I click on it, I can choose a bunch of stuff. Oh, it's not allowing me to choose multiple files. Okay. So HTML multiple file upload form. I've done this a million times, but let me just quickly get my act together with this. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. So for this input type, we would actually say something like that. Let's now go back, refresh, and I'm going to try and choose some files again. There we go. Going to open, and it says 4 files here. Excellent. Now, I'll get rid of the wee prompt thing because it's not any use right now. And right. Okay, I've got it. So I really like the technique that the guy used earlier on for get element by ID. And what he did is he said that, where was it again? Yeah, it was really good. I like this. He said function underscore L. And he says that if you see that, then do return document.getElement by ID on the element. I like that. So what I'm going to do, do you see how I've got a thing with an ID of files? Right. Well, I'm going to say how does he do it? How does he do it? Oh yeah. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to say files. So that's document.getElement by ID files, right? And I'm going to do no, let's try something else, something a wee bit more basic. Let's just do on change equals I'll just say activate files, right? So I'm going to just say function activate files, and let's just console.log activate files. All right, back over here. I'm going to go like this. I'm going to choose. I'm going to go like that. Open. And as you can see, it says activate file. That's excellent. So the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to just loop through all of the files. Now the guy in the tutorial should have done something kind of like that. Yep. So what we do then is we say var selected files equals document get element by ID. Now the name of the thing is files. There it is right there. So I'm going to say that the selected files is that. And just like the guy's got here, I'm going to say dot files. And then I'm going to say console.log selected files dot length. Let's give it a wee go. So save and refresh. Now if we've done this properly, it should say 3. Here we go. You miserable swine. Oh, of course, why am I doing that? No, I'm on this thing. Forgive me. It should say 3. Here we go. And it does say 3. That's excellent. Great. So, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to say if selected files dot length is greater than 0. Now I don't think I need to say is greater than 0, by the way, but that's okay. And if that's the case, I'm going to say for each, and I'm going to loop through each of the selected files, and I'm going to attempt upload on each of those files. So let's have a little function down here that's going to be called attempt upload, and I'm just going to say selected file, and I'm going to console.log you are attempting to upload. I'm going to join on the selected file. Let's give it a wee try. Save and refresh. Going to choose some files. Going to go like that. And it says you are attempting to upload, and we've got these object file things, right? Now we can access different properties of this. Specifically, if I quickly reference the guy's tutorial, we can access name, size, and type. So now let's just go like this. I'm going to say console.log selected file name, and I'm going to do the other two ones. I'm going to say size, and I'm going to say type, and then I'm going to do a little dotted line for clarity. And now if I go back here, refresh, I'm choosing the files, going to do this, open, and there you can see, if you look on the console, everything here looks just beautiful. Alright, now the next thing that we're going to do, I'll just get a basic working version of it going if I possibly can. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to upload. So I want each and every file to be posted to that endpoint. Now the way that I'm going to do that is I'm going to go like this. I'm going to do a wee JavaScript post thing. Okay. Now the URL is going to be tg uploader /upload . Fine. So it's going to be a post request, and later on I'll do a token, but we don't need to do that right now. I don't need to do that right now. But I am going to say HTTP send . Now, I'll figure this out in a minute. I will figure that stuff out in a minute. But right now, I want to build a kind of dummy uploader method here. So function upload. I'm just going to say hello from upload. All right. So let's go like this. Choose some files. Going to go like that. Open. And as you can see, it says hello from upload 3 times, right? Now, back over here, right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a legitimate uploader for this stuff. So, we've got a thing called item gallery here. And I think it does have an uploader somewhere. Yeah, it's called do upload. Here we go. So I'm going to copy that. And I'm going to take it over to this file here. I'm going to chuck in do upload. Now, let's take this little beauty. Let's go like this. And I'm just going to make up some duff values. Target module is some module. Update ID is 88. Who cares about this stuff right now, okay? And code is blah. Who cares? But I'm just going to call upon do upload. All right. Now do upload. Okay, so maybe I'm going to have to do the target module. Okay, so it's going to be module market items. All right. Update ID doesn't matter. Well, let's just see here. I'll take a wee trip to the database. So heading into phpMyAdmin, and going to go into this Songate thing here. Now I think I am going to just use a real example. So let's go with module market items here. Okay, I'll imagine it's for item ID 5. And item ID 5 it shall be, right? So that's the update ID of 5, and the code is that, right? Now, we're loading it up. And we're calling upon a thing called upload picture. Upload picture lives in the framework, actually. So right, let's go back here, or here even. Let's choose one file. Alright, there we go. Now this is not too bad actually, because it's it means that we are reading the endpoint there. Everything's looking kind of good, you know. And it's saying undefined offset and stuff like that, you know. So this is kind of a good opportunity, I think, to just make sure that we are okay with this thing. So again, I'll choose a file or two. I'll hit well, is it still doing it? Okay, well, maybe I need to do that. Gonna choose, gonna go like that. Okay, so we're getting a nice check 1 message, which means I have at least reached that point. So the ultimate way to see if this has worked is to echo out check 2 and maybe a little check 3 down here. Alright, here we go again. I can just choose one file. So it says check 1, check 2, check 3, then it says OK, right? I suppose OK is kind of like a check 4. Now, here I'm going to do echo check 5. And here I'm going to do an echo check 6. Here we go. So I'll choose one of these. Going to go like that. Interesting, it goes up to check 4. So fair enough. Let's echo check 4B. So I'm going to choose this, click on that. Alright, so the fact that that's not running is telling me that the directory exists. So that's good. Ah, there's a wee die statement. Oh gee, echo check 4B. Alright, here we go again. Okay, now you can see that we get up to check 5 and then it runs into problems. And of course, this is on the upload picture thing. Now, upload picture, I think, is part of the Trongate framework. So let me refresh. Let me choose this. I've commented that line out. And it's saying undefined index file. See that? And that is in line 64. Okay. Right, good. Good. Okay. So I think this is the first thing that I want to deal with above everything else. So I'm going to go probably right up here, and I'm going to do let's just comment this out. And how about a little var dump on all of the files with a die statement. So here we go again. Okay, so it's an empty array. Therefore, the first challenge I have is to go to the DC file here. And when we post this, it must post the selected file. I have no idea if that'll even work, but I have an expectation of success. I expect success. I'm smiling. Well, close enough. How does he do it here? He says you get some form data, you append, you do an event listener. Okay, none of that is really suiting me. So what I'm going to do is a little search for JavaScript post file. Okay, so there's going to be a way to do this, and I'm just going to figure out what it is. So there we go. Okay, that's cool. Fetch, upload image, blah blah blah. Or old school is we get the photo, we do that, we say new form data, append, we do a post request. Ahaha, right, okay. So right, I think I've got it. So over on the DC thing here, I think I was close, you know. I do believe that I was close. But what I'm going to do is something like this. I'm going to say let form data is new form data. And then on form data, I'm going to append, I suppose it can be anything. Perhaps I could append the selected file and maybe add on the selected file. And then as we send in our post request, I'm adding on Not the selected file, but the form data. Okay, here we go. And we are going to go back here, refresh, choosing the file, and opening it. Okay. Let's go to this uploader again, and I'm going to go like this. When we get to this upload, I'm just immediately going to echo that stuff out. So here we go again. Oops. So choosing the files. It's like that. Undefined index file. Okay, so clearly that has not received the stuff. But I'm not done, because I'm going to do a search for PHP with a colon. I wonder if we can do something like that. Let's do a little var dump on post here. You just never know. You just never know. So I'll refresh. I'll try this. Wee bit of a shot in the dark here. Oh, now look at that. See that? Stuff. Stuff. Well, how about that? All right. So let's go like that. In fact, let's just say posted data is that. And let's do a wee var dump on posted data. You just never know. It might work. So here we go, and here we go. It's saying posted data is null. Okay. Let's do a little var dump post here with a die statement. We're going to choose the files. Click. Okay. Right. I'm seeing name selected file, form data. So if I go like this, var dump posted data, and supposing I were to say something like name with a die statement. Place your bets now. What do we think, folks? Is this going to do anything meaningful, or are we all just wasting our time? Okay, trying to access on a type of null. Right, okay, so it's definitely not liking this here. Let's echo get type of post. Let's try that. So I'm going to choose the files. I'm going to clickety-click, going to hit open. And this is saying string. Interesting. All right. So let's echo that string out again. Do you know what? Forget it. Let's look at what he's doing. Okay, I think I've got it. Right. So file AJAX HTTP request upload blah 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 blah. I'm going to just copy that guy's code, I think, and just see what that does, you know. Allow me to stick a wee bit of music on for you folks. Don't want you all getting bored on me, so let's do that. And I'm feeling quite confident here, folks. I'm really starting to feel quite confident. It might take me 24 hours, but I will finish this and it's going to be fantastic. All right. Okay, so what I want to do then ultimately, I want it to send me the progress, but I want it to send me the progress of each and every file individually. So I'm gonna have a wee look at this guy's code here, and let's just give this a go, right? Okay, so still working with this guy's stuff here, and I need to say open post and then send form data. So this is similar to the code that I had. So we're going like this. I'm saying let's open it. And then let's send it. And then immediately after, oh no, we send it last. Okay. So let's just have a wee refresh here. Going to choose these files, hit send. Darn it all. Right, so okay, let's do a little console.log running attempt upload. Okay, here we go. Choosing the files. Come on, Mr. Happy. Good. So it's saying form data is not defined. That's kind of a good thing, actually. And you can see that I've got an uppercase D here. There we go. Right, now let's see if we can get it doing something a bit more meaningful than just it's running, you know. Let's do console.log event dot. Now think about what we've got here. We have loaded an event total. Let's try event dot total. Okay, now we're gonna go back here, refresh, choosing it, and go like that, open. Oh, it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. This is great. I think that's a breakthrough. Right, I'm going to declare that I now absolutely know how to build a Filepond. I know how to put the pieces of the jigsaw together. Thank you very much indeed. Your applause is most welcome. I know how to do it. I know how to do it. So the only thing I'm going to do now is I want to get a little progress bar. So I'm going to have a closer look at what the guy's saying here. So it looks like we've got that's really great. That's really, really great. So here's what the guy's doing, and let's just write the code for the JavaScript first of all. So on this progress handler, I wonder if he's got an HTML page. Has he got it? Oh, God bless you, Adam Corey. Saves me a wee bit of typing. Okay, I'm going to just take each of these bit by bit. I don't want to do a mass pasting in because I'm trying to build something that goes beyond what he's got. So I need to understand every single line of this, right? So you can see that he's doing something like that, and he's going to have some HTML somewhere. This stuff right here. We're going to copy that and maybe head probably here. It doesn't really matter where. and let's give it a go. So if I choose this file, I'll go like that. Oh, and it's just beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Now, let's see what happens when we try and upload a big file here. I really want to see this progress bar working. So I'm going to look for a big file. Here's quite a big file. Okay, fairly big file. I'm going to go like that. Oh, and it's very good. It's very good indeed, folks. Let me tell you that. I'm going to do that again. Let's go like this. This is quite a big file here, 79 megabytes. Opening it, and look at the upload. Look at it. It's absolutely perfect. Excellent. Now, the next question of all questions is, did this thing actually upload? Now, I'm not worrying about that because well, quite frankly, I don't think it did. But that's okay. That's 100% okay. I think the uploading is going to be the easy part, actually. I really do. So here's what I'm going to do, folks. The question is, do I focus on getting this thing looking nice, or do I focus on the uploader? I think I'll focus on the uploader. So look, we'll get the uploader working, and then I'll get the thing looking beautiful with fancy spinners and everything, right? So right, let's do this then. It's so nice to be using your own code. You know, I mean, I'm using this Adam Corey's, but I know that I'm working towards something that'll be you know, ours. 121 FY4. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's fine. HDPP, fine. Update IDs 5. I'm going to take all of this stuff out. We are doing the upload. I'm going to take this out. We can take out all of this check stuff here. Alright, we're gonna now let's bring up our page here, and as we do this, we'll keep a wee eye on that destination over on the right hand side. Now, I'll go with this. I'm going to open it. Okay. Interesting. Now, unfortunately, it never uploaded. But we are most definitely not going to get distressed about that. Okay. So what we're going to do then is just console.log the server response here right onto the page. Like that. And so now when I do the upload, at least we should get some indication of what's happening at the server side. Okay, so it's saying 200 response, probably not a bad sign. Let's do our fabulous check system. Of course, I've commented out upload picture. Alright, here we go. Come on. Yes! Fuck! Yes! All I'm doing is looking at some tutorials and putting the pieces of the jigsaw together. Fucking hell, man. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. That dude charges $200 for technical support, and I'm about to rebuild his app live. What a great moment. Okay, this is great. This is absolutely great. I'm going to take a commit here. I am so fucking happy. I am so happy. You know, the most difficult part of being a developer sometimes is to just sit down and listen. You know what I mean? I must have watched about 3 or 4 tutorials during this live stream, and I'm just sitting doing nothing, and it's really frustrating. But sometimes the hardest part is just to sit down and listen. You know what I mean? Anyway, we're looking really great, folks. We are looking absolutely fantastic here. This is a great day. This is a great day. A slow day, but a great day. And you know something, folks? I have to tell you. This is potentially a huge part of the Trongate ecosystem that could no longer depend upon third-party libraries, which would be amazing. Because I can see how this is going to look in 5 hours. I can see how this is going to look, and it's going to look pretty good. Okay. That was major. It's just that moment when you put the pieces of the jigsaw together. Nobody had quite done a tutorial covering the thing exactly the way I wanted it, but I can visualize it, you know. I can visualize it. If you take, for example, this here, yeah. So what we're going to do then is something like this. So on the choose files thing, right, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take this off, the submit button. Now I don't think that I need the submit button there. The uploader is fantastic. Now, what I want to do, folks, is take this little prompt here . And right here, I'm going to say style equals display none. Okay, now what did that achieve? Well, here's what it achieved. You see how this says drag and drop your files here or browse? Let's do exactly the same thing. Drag and drop your files here or click browse. Alright. Now, have a look here, folks. It's almost identical, right? On the browse, I'm going to do a little span with a class of browse. I'm going to say the word browse. We'll keep our little single quotation here. We'll keep our little single quotation here. We're going to go down to the styling bit. And I'm going to say that for browse, text decoration underline. Okay. So I've now got this, right? Now see when we click browse, I'm going to say on click equals init browse. Now let's head downstairs and I'm going to say function init browse. And why not have a little alert to make you feel good? So here we go. I'm going to click it. Let's try it again. Alright. Here we go. So clicking it and it says browse, right? But now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this files thing . Nah. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's right. So what we're doing then is we're gonna say JavaScript simulate a click. That's what we're doing, folks. And I just want to be absolutely sure that I've got this right, so bear with me. Okay, so I'm going to say that on underscore, and the thing here has the name files, right? So we're going to take this files thing and I'm going to say .click and then do that. So what that means, folks, is that when I click on the word browse, you can see I figured it out. You can see that even though we don't have a form, it's behaving as if we had selected from a form. Thank you very much. Your applause is most welcome. Now, let's just make sure that our uploader still works before we crack open the champagne. So if I go like that, right, I'm going to click browse. I'll click on the Rambo picture, open. It's sending it across, and there it is. Nice. So, that's excellent. I think that's worth a little commit, you know. Browse, looking good. So it's basically a hidden form, if you know what I mean. Okay. So here's where we get into the stuff that nobody else has taught so far. Thank you there. Oh, it's Claudia. How you doing? Nice to see you. Thank you. I might leave this one up, because it's a very long video. But I think it's good, and it's a good example of building something with just blind faith, you know. That's all you need. So let's have a think about what we're doing here. What I'm wanting to do now is I'm going to take out this. I'm just going to do a little bit of simplification here. Okay. Now, so what I'm going to do then, at the very top of this script, I'm going to say var thumbnails is an empty array. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm going to do something else. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Right. All of this code is beautiful. All of it. I want to forget about uploads for a minute. And I want to just focus on adding a nice thumbnail. That's all I care about here, right? So, let me do something here. I'm going to go into where the drop zone lives. Okay. Now, let's do a little div here. I'm going to say BP is grid. Maybe say 6. And then I'm going to go into PHP. Going to do a little for loop. Maybe 20 of these things. And I'm going to just draw 20 thumbnails, just complete kind of brute force, you know. And let's do a little X here, shall we? So refresh. Okay. Now, for this thing, I'm going to give us an ID of thumbnail grid. And I'm going to say that thumbnail grid is going to have a width of 100%. Okay. Now I'm going to say that thumbnail grid divs, let's just give them a height of 140. So now we've got these wee thumbnails here. Let's have a closer look at the thumbnail grid thing. Perhaps we can put a different number here, like 2. There we go. Yeah, that's kind of good. Maybe try 3. That's excellent. Right, now do you see see all of this stuff here? All of this stuff here, we can put it inside a div, and I'm going to give it a little bit of styling. I'm going to say z index is 2. Now let's just say position absolute. Aha, now look at that. By saying position absolute, we've just moved this to the center of this thing. See that? That's excellent. Now, do a wee bit more work on the grid here. Okay, so we have, let's just say maybe some potential thumbnails. Let's have a look here. Now that would be good, right? That would look quite good. That would look excellent. Okay, so what we're going to do then is we're going to say that it's going to be 1. Now actually we'll start from small, right? So when we're on a small size screen like this, There's our small size screen, right? Now let's go to medium. Okay. So as we cross over here, we're going to go to three at medium. So that means that we get this, right? So there's the small thumbnails, there's the big thumbnails, and then as we go full size, then we're gonna say 1 at large. So that's our thumbnail grid sorted out, and it does not matter what size we make this. I think that looks a bit crazy. I'll try 2 at large. Yeah, that's kind of good. That's alright. Okay, now that looks kind of crazy. I wonder if you would agree. So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to say BP equals container and bring it in. Come on, man, you can do this. Perhaps I need to chuck it here. There we go. There we go. So now we truly have something that looks pretty beautiful. Now this container has got a width of 1000. So see on our drop zone here, I'm going to say that the maximum width is 1000. And watch this, it comes in. Nice. Very nice. We could center the headline if it makes you feel good. Okay. That's quite good. Alright. So let's have a you can see that the browse thing is still beautiful. It's really, really great. So I want to take that crazy red background color and get rid of it. Okay. Okay, make it a wee bit darker. All right. Now, the thing that has the prompt going on here, I'm going to give this a little background color. Maybe a wee bit of padding. And why not have a little border radius of 10 pixels? Okay. Now, for the background color, we're going to say RGB. Is it 240? I can't remember. I can't remember the full number. I think that was actually about right. Okay. Very nice. Now let's sort the padding out here. We'll go with 12 and 24. So that's quite good, right? Now, here's what's going to happen next. I'm going to take this out. So we get that. Bring it back. We get that. So here's the idea. On our JavaScript, I'm going to say var thumbnail grid equals that. So I've now got a reference for this thumbnail grid here. And when we attempt to do an upload, I'm going to add a nice thumbnail. So, how do we do that? Well, we're going to use JavaScript to add an element or create an element. Now, in fact, let's go like this. And let's call this function add thumbnail. Alright, so again, looking upstairs and remembering what we're trying to produce here, right? So we're trying to produce something that looks a bit like this. So what I'm going to say is, I'll call it new thumb or new thumbnail. So that's document create element by ID, blah 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 blah. Now here I'm creating a text node. I'm just going to give it a letter X, just like we've got up here. And then I'm going to say new thumbnail set attribute, and it's going to be a class which is set to this. We're going to have another attribute, and you can see here that we've got a thing called data label. And again, I'll just say some file.txt. So we then do all of that stuff, and then I'm going to say thumbnail grid dot append child new thumbnail. All right. Now let's take out the thumbnail at the top here. Okay, we can say adios. Saving it. We're going to refresh. And now I'm going to browse, choose a file, open it. Ha. Well, do you know what? I still think the code is good. I think that I forgot to call it. So, right around here, we're going to call upon add thumbnail. Alright, here we go. So refreshing it, we're going to browse, adding it. There you go. How do you like me now? Alright, nice. Okay, now that's awesome, right? That's really, really awesome. So, if we add like a bunch of files, we should have a bunch of thumbnails. I'll add 3 of them. And there they are. Also, when we are uploading, I'm going to make the prompt, this thing here, let's just call it ID equals controls. Alright. So, little bit of stylification downstairs. We're going to say controls. Take all of the stuff that we had before. Tidy up. Okay. Now, as we upload, okay, as soon as we attempt an upload, I'm going to say controls dot style dot opacity equals 0. So now what's going to happen is this bit in the middle is going to disappear as we're uploading. Here we go. And there it is. Disappears, right? The next phase is I'm going to add a little background image onto this. Kind of like a preview. Now to do that, yeah, this is how we do this. Okay, so over to our thing here. As we add the thumbnail, I'm going to attempt to add a nice background. A preview, you know. Now, I'm going to take in the file here. I really enjoyed that song. I'm going to play that again. You probably can't even hear it, but I can hear it. Alright. So we're taking in a file, right? Now think about the add thumbnail thing here. We're now going to pass the file in to add thumbnail. And okay, I'm going to pass in an index number here as well, right? So, you see how we've got this attempt upload thing? I'm going to pass in I. So we now have the index number. Therefore, on attempt upload, I'm going to say I. And then in here, I'm going to say I. Over on add thumbnail, we are now taking in an index. Now, okay, so what we want to do now, do you know what? Just for the moment, I'm going to give all of the thumbnails a background image. Yeah, let's just do that. One step at a time, you know. So the class name of the thumbnail I just thought of something. We do have an index. Makes sense. Let's set attribute ID is thumbnail hyphen and join on that index. So now we have a unique index. And so I probably don't even need the ID. I can probably just say new thumbnail dot append, oh no, pardon me, dot style dot background image equals, let's chuck in this stuff. Okay, I bet you that works. I bet you it works, and I'm so confident I don't even need the ID. Doesn't matter. Here we go, folks. So we're looking for a little preview on the icons. Let's do this. It's gonna work. Ha ha ha! Yes. Okay. Nice. Nice. So now we are really starting to get a gig here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna say right, I really want the background image to fit in, do you know what I mean? So I'm gonna say CSS background image, and I do believe that W3 Schools is the place to go for that stuff. So we've got its background size. And what we've got is auto, percent, cover, contain. That's the one that we're talking about. So here for background size, I'm going to say contain. Let's now go back here. We're going to refresh. I'm going to hit browse. And we're going to go like this. Upload. And just look at that. Okay. Now I can see that the background images are repeating a wee bit, and that's not too cool. So what we're going to do then is go back here. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to say no repeat. There we go. Now I want the background position to be top and center, which I think it probably is, but I'll just make absolute sure about that. So you can see right here, center top. Okay, so we say background hyphen position. Position, center top. We're going to go back refresh. Now hopefully, let's try this again. Okay. Let's have a wee look at the background size again. Okay, I'm going to change the background size to 100% and auto. I have no idea if that will do what I want, but I'm feeling lucky. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Really, really great. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to get a little spinner in here for when it's loading up. A little spinner. So, yes, we've got it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. God bless you. You're the best, you know. You're the best. Thank you, Treff. I'm smiling because I know that I've got this, you know. I know that I've got it. The dude, did I tell you the guy's charging 200 quid for technical support? So his vibe is to ask a question, you send him 200 quid. So I figured, nah man, I'm going to just build your thing and live stream it. If there's anything to take away from these live streams, it's the power of belief, you know. You watch this live stream, I sat for 4 or 5 hours, clueless, watching tutorials and stuff. But all you need, my friends, is a little bit of inner belief and you can build anything. And always have an expectation of success. That's what we do here. So, now I've got these wee loading spinners, and as you can see, they look fantastic. So what I'm going to do now, I'm kind of going to cheat. I'm just going to chuck a little loading thing in and refresh. Okay, so those loaders are looking absolutely beautiful. I like them. I like them a whole lot. Therefore, do you see the part where we create the thumbnail? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say var new, or let's say var spinner equals document dot create element. It's going to be a div. Now think about the spinner here, folks. It looks like this, right? So what we say is spinner set attribute class, and it's a class of loading. Okay, so we've now created a document, a div with a class of loading. Next, we're going to say new thumbnail dot append child spinner. We can get rid of this. Smile, always with an expectation of success. And now we're going to upload, and you should see a beautiful little spinner here as we do this. There you go. Okay, not too bad. Now the spinner could do with being over on the right hand side, you know. So what I'm going to do is go to the styling part of this. I'm going to go to the bit that says loading. That's our little loaders there. And let's just try, might not even work, float right, position, relative. If this does not work, I've got something else to try. Here we go. There you go. Now that's kind of a wee bit too far over to the right. So I'll bring it in a wee bit. I'm going to say left minus 12 pixels. Right. In fact, do you know what? Let's deal with M's. Left minus 1M. Just in case somebody's got a giant font size on here. So here we go. I'm saying left, pardon me, that's meant to say top. Saving it. Here we go again. So we're looking out for the nice little spinners. Okay. I'll go back to pixels. Okay, so we're a wee bit high up here. The left one went well, but the top one did not. I should have said that. It's plus 12. So here we go again. Here we go. Okay, so there's our spinners. They're not too bad, you know. I could probably move it up a wee bit. Okay, so they're pretty good, I think. They're acceptable. Now what I'd like to do is just reference this thing and see how this does it. So let's just keep a close look at the graphics here and just see what it does, right? So I'm looking at uploading. I'm looking at a black background. Okay, I'm going to make it smaller. Whole lot smaller. Okay, so you can see what's going on here. If you have a close look at this, we have a gradient that at the point when you're uploading, it goes from black down to white. And then when it's uploaded, it goes from green to white. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to get a gradient. So CSS gradient. I used to know the code for this, I can't remember it. Right, so this looks pretty good. Let's just turn this around. Ah, okay, so you can see the gradient at the top of the page there. Okay, so we'll start off with just going kind of black to So if we do something like that, let's go with I'm going to make it go white at 60 or 70. Okay, so clearly this has got to say 180, and I can probably bring in all the zeros here. Let's go with 30. $40. Yeah. 50. Ah. 70. 60. 54. 57. Okay. We're going to copy that. And I'm looking for the thumbnail here. Now let's give these thumbnails a little oh geez, wrong page. Okay, TG uploader, it's the DC version. We're gonna browse. Let's give it a try. Okay, so what is happening then, folks, is I think we need to have a div that goes over the top. Yep. We need a div that goes over the top of it. So I'm going to break this and right, let me do something like this. So it's basically like that. And then there's a thing in here with a class of loading. So that's kind of what we get. Okay, so I'm going to make a div up called thumb overlay. I'll add a little X in. Alright. And I'll call it thumb overlay black. Now, thumb overlay black is going to have a width of 100%, a height of 100%, and a background Just for the moment, I'll make it red. Nice. Very nice. Okay. Now for the gradient here. We're going to go like this. We're going to go like this. We're going to refresh. So I'm trying to get a transparent, a kind of black fading to transparent gradient, you know? I think this is a better resource. Okay. Okay. Good old W3 schools. All right. Okay. Now, why does it repeat that twice? Okay, now let's head to the thumb here, drop zone thumb, and for the moment I'm going to just give it kind of a dummy background image, you know. So let's just imagine it's got this background image here, and I'll just say background size, who cares, cover, who cares, but let's just go like this. Okay, so you can see the challenge here. Okay. Oh gee, how do we do this? So I assume that at the start we're at pure black, and then let's make it that at 10% we're gonna go maybe just up this a wee bit with a transparency of 0.5. What's that gonna do? Ah, interesting. So then I could say we've got a transparency of 0 by 30%. Okay. But why, oh why, is it giving it a white background here? Okay. Now, if I say 0.1, it's doing that. So the question is, where is it getting the white from? Okay. Okay, so there is something. I think I've got it. I think the thumb itself yeah, let's take that out and that. Okay, now let's just do a wee search for background here. Okay, that's not entirely wanted. Okay, we can undo this. I'm going to take this out and this. Alright. Now I'm going to go here, go like that. Oh. Okay, so now we're starting to get a gig here. So here we have our overlay here. And I'm going to copy this, head back forward again, head down here, back over here. So now I'm starting to see a wee bit of background here, which is good, right? So I'm going to bring this up to maybe 20%. Yeah, that's quite good. Let's just assume that we were talking about a red background because it's easier to see. So how would that go? You would probably do something like that. And you would lower the transparency as you move down. Exactly like that. And then I think that is it. That is very, very precisely what you would do, folks. All right. Man, I'm good. Right, so we'll call that one thumb overlay red. And here we're going to have thumb overlay. Let's just do green, shall we? Now, what's the code for green here? This is assuming everything went well. Okay, so it looks like it's 30.196.67. 30.196.67. So here we go. 30.196.67. You miserable swine. 67. Okay, so same again. But this time we say 0.5. And you do the same again. And you say 0. Okay, so if we now, I'll just test this green one out. So that's what the green ones are going to look like when everything is uploaded and everything is beautiful, right? So finally, let's do the black one. And I think I've pretty much got to grips with this. All you do is you just say the color, 0, 0, 0, save it, and there it is. Okay. Now I can see a little X here on our thumb overlay black, and what I'm going to do with that is just a little text align right, and what that's going to do is it's going to take that X and throw it over to the right hand side, which is pretty much exactly what we need, you know. Alright, so now I'm going to add the loader onto this thing. And I'll have the loader thing right in here. There it is. It's beautiful, right? It's absolutely beautiful. The only thing is maybe there's a case for changing the loader to white, you know that? So I'm going to right click. I'm going to find this loading thing. Okay, now as I look at this loading, I'm seeing a wee thing here. Let's suppose we look at that. That's the one. That's the one. So I'm going to say the if we are talking about, and I'm going to be quite strict here. If we're talking about the thumbnail grid, and we are talking about the loading thing, and it's specifically this loading and probably this loading after, then we're going to do that. And as we refresh, Oh. Looks like that's what we do. Okay. There it is. So there it is. That's perfect. Yeah, I think this is going to take me a couple of days, but it'll be worth it. It's going to be good. Yeah, that's good. Now the other thing that I want it to also show something else here. I want it to show a little percent. Something like that. So do something like that, maybe make it a span actually, and then we'll take this percent complete thing over to the style area. Okay, gonna bring that font size down a whole lot, and we're gonna say margin right. That's it. That's perfect. That's really, really great. So that's what we're going to see when we upload, folks. Pretty good, right? Okay, I'll do a wee commit here. Alright, Nikolai's there. I wish I didn't have to work for a living. I've missed a lot of this, but it's very inspiring. Thank you very much. I'll be watching this back if it stays online for sure. Alright. And thank you for the tips here. Start and end. Hi DC, hope you're feeling healthy. I feel great. Just grab a cup of coffee, lie down comfortably and watch another of your live coding sessions. Alright, well I enjoy this, you know. I've reached a point where if I'm not streaming, I find it hard to get motivated sometimes, you know. Anyway, that's pretty cool. Now, I don't feel as if I really need this file name here. It kind of feels like an unwanted addition. So I'm going to have a wee look at how Filepond does this. Okay, so what Filepond's doing then is they're chunking the file name to the left, as you can see, and they're also having the file size there. So let's have a wee look at what we've got. Nah, I'm not feeling it. I'll keep it as it is for the moment. I realise that there's a potential challenge if somebody uploads a picture with a white background, but I'll deal with that later on. But this is good. This is definitely good. So, now what we have is kind of a modified thumbnail, right? Because now, what time is it? Okay. Okay. Right, so what we're trying to achieve then, when we add a thumbnail, now it's going to remove the thumbnail when I refresh, right? There you go. But if I go to the JavaScript bit that says add thumbnail, this is where the magic happens, okay? And we are now aiming for something like that to be dynamically added. So let's have a wee think about this. Looks like we're doing a good job here, okay? But what we need is now a thumbnail with overlay black, and in fact it probably should go before all of this stuff. So I'm going to say var thumb overlay equals document dot create element. We're going to create a div. We're going to say thumb overlay dot set attribute class, and the class is going to be set to this thumb overlay black here. It's going to give it a nice black gradient, right? So we've now done that. Now you can see that we have basically got two elements in here. We've got a span and we've got a div. They are effectively two child elements of the thumb overlay. So I'm going to say var % span equals document dot create element, and it's a span. I'm going to say % span dot set attribute class of, and here's what we've got here. It's the thing that says % complete, right? So we've now got that. Now I want to do a thing which is called a text node. Let me just remember or remind myself how this goes. Aye, it's that. Here comes Derek. Okay, so we're going to go like this, create a text node. So this is going to be, now let's just say 0% for the moment. Hi Derek, how you doing? I'm alright, I'm just live streaming, so you know, just to let you know. Not that we talk about dodgy stuff too often, of course. How you doing? Good. Good. Oh, was that the one for Let's Do It? Or the new thing, Trongate CSS? Yeah. Thank you, man. I was quite chuffed with how that went, you know. It was a couple of hours of enlightenment, and I was quite pleased with it, you know. Yeah. 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 How you like me now? you can use it, you can steal it, you can pretend it was you, you can go and sell it, do anything you want with it. It's fine. No, really, the MIT license says that you need to include the license and declare who made it and stuff like that. My license is no license. I hired a very expensive lawyer, Derek, and that lawyer told me to go with the no license. So that's exactly what I'm doing. That's exactly what I'm doing. Alright, so I have a good wee project going on today, but it's quite a bold one, I have to tell you. It's quite a bold one. Yeah, man, it's... have you ever seen that? You saw that thing Filepond that we were working on, right? Aye, it was just causing me real problems, and I came to the conclusion, I looked at the guy's thing, I was going to ask him for some help, and he was asking for $200 for help. And so I came to the conclusion that I'd rather just build my own one, you know? And that's exactly what we're doing.
So what, you're building like a upload farm type website with an API?
I'll show you. Want to see my screen?
Well, if you're live streaming, I can go onto YouTube. I'll just...
Alright, okay.
Because obviously I don't want to affect your screen any.
That's alright.
Of course, what it does mean is that our conversations are right a minute ahead.
Right. Okay. Not to worry. So...
Oh yeah, so I remember you trying to get this uploader thing happening.
That's right. So now the vibe is you just build your own. Okay, so I think I have a challenge with this thing, create element span. I'm going to say div again and try that. So basically what I'm trying to get it to do here is get a wee thumbnail preview up on the screen, if you know what I mean, with a percent indicator. And ideally, famous last words, but ideally it's going to do it for multiple files at the same time. This is some heavy web development, you know. Heavy web development, dude. And it's been an interesting day because basically it's kind of like an exercise in blind faith, you know.
Some of our best stuff is just like built when we just want something, we just build it in anger, like I want this, and you just get totally focused, and then you've got it all of a sudden.
That's right. That's absolutely right. So we have a percent span, we have a thumb overlay, and I have no clue what's going on, man. No clue. But I'll figure it out. Right, let's look at the logic here. I'm looking for one of these. I'm so close, man. I'm so close. Right, so I'm looking for one of these. So let's see. We create a div. We give it a class. We give it a label. Fine. Next, we create a div. We give it a class. It's called thumb overlay. Right. So thumb overlay requires... Do you know anything about dynamically creating elements in JavaScript by any chance? No.
Well, I just use jQuery to do it because it's just dead easy. You just knock that out. Like, do you never use jQuery? No?
Nah.
After a while, you went straight back to just pure JavaScript and respect for that, man, you know? You probably know more than I do. Yeah, because I don't know, I use jQuery a lot.
That's all right. Right, percent span. I have added the percent span. Oh, hallelujah. So, thumb overlay, add on the percent span. I wonder if that'll work.
Wow, that's actually just really simple now that I see it. Just dot key element in the name of the thing. Yeah, that's all jQuery will be doing in the background. It's just shortened the syntax for it.
Aye. Aye. I hear that. I hear that. So data, blah, 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 blah. Now, where in the name of Sam's Hill is it because I'm saying span? Is that what it doesn't like? I wonder if it is. Let's try again. Right, it's definitely behaving in a kind of crappy way here right now. So hold on a minute. I'll get it. Right, let's do something like this. And this. And this. Okay. So that's what I'm trying to create. Now if I make that a div, what does it do? It looks fine. Okay. Alright. Alright, okay. So let's do this again. We have a thumb overlay with a class of thumb overlay black. It's a div. Okay. We've got a percent indicator, which is a div. It has a class of percent complete. That's right. Now that the percent indicator must be added to the thumb overlay. So, right. Now thumb overlay, append child percent indicator. It has some text. The text says hello. We add that onto the percent indicator. We're setting attributes. Life is good. And then, you know what? That's right. So I need to say new thumbnail dot append child thumb overlay. Holy moly. So now we're going to browse, pick Rambo, do that. There it is. Nice. And so now we're going to say right, we're going to have a wee spinner here. It's a div. No, I don't think so. I've got a good connection. Do you want to see it?
Yeah, because I can't watch this. Like, it's too far behind. And like,
All right, I'll get you on. Tell me if you can see.
yep, that's me.
All right. So I've appended the thumb overlay. Okay, now hold on a minute. Right. So the thumb overlay, I'm going to append child of the spinner. There it is there. Then on the new thumbnail, we're going to append the thumb overlay. Right, I've got it now. Can you see my screen? All right. So I'm picking a file here, going like that. Ah, yes, that's good. That's good. Now, let's assume that for the percent indicator, I said span instead of div. Let's save. Let's refresh. Let's browse. And we're going to go like that and that. Perfect. So now instead of saying hello, I'm going to say 0%. And this is going to update as the thing uploads, you know. Kind of cool, isn't it? Yep. So there you go. See it?
Yep.
Pretty cool. All right. So now I think it's a good time to just tidy this up. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is try and add 2 of these, or maybe 3 of them at one time. And it should be okay. So I'm going to browse. I'll pick even 4 of them. Open. And look at that. Isn't that very nice, isn't it? Alright. So that's kind of cool. Now the next stage is, you can see that mine is saying some file there. As you can see at the bottom of the thing. See it? It says some file.txt. So let's see if we can fix that. Right here we have a thing called data label that says some file.txt. I'm going to replace that with file.name. Now there's potential challenges here, but let's just get this thing going first. So see how it's saying Rambo now? So we have the file name. All right. And there they are. Now one of the problems is if we've got a white background, this data overlay looks crap, you know. Do you see what I'm saying? Are they, no, the what's it called? The data label thing, that's what I mean. So let's have a wee look at this data label vibe, see if I can figure out what's going on. Right, okay, so for data label, I'm just going to test this and say background red, just so that I can see it, right? So we'll do this, do this, do this. Oh, isn't that beautiful? All right. That's it. That's it. So it's RGB 000 and then something like 0.7. So now, as we browse, go like that, open. Yeah, I can probably go a bit more faded though. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Okay, so the other thing is, if that file name is giant, then this is going to look pure garbage.
So that's what I was going to say, upload one with a huge file name on it,
Aye, good idea.
and then just see what you can do.
What you been up to today?
I don't know, working on my own stuff really, just working like on some of my sort of packages that go into my framework, like with forms in them.
Oh, hang on.
If it's a form you want to reuse,
Yep.
then you might not want all of those fields in whichever project you're bringing it into.
Okay.
So I'm making it configurable where you can disable certain fields that you don't want.
Cool. Well, I tell you, man, if I can get this thing working, I will be as happy as can be. Do you know what's funny? I don't know if you can see the screen, Derek. It's running off the screen, and in a strange way, I don't mind that, you know? I don't really know if I'm not bothered.
Yeah, I mean, what I was going to say is you could take, you know, first certain number of letters or whatever. But yeah, like, I don't know. Maybe, I mean, it does work. You know what you've done. You've clicked and uploaded that picture. You can see it. You can see it had a name.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Well,
you might be right, actually.
Say that again?
You might be right, actually. That even if you can't read it, it still looks cool.
Aye, I think it kind of does, you know. Let's try something though. Let's do an alert on file. No, let's try var file name length is file dot name dot length, and let's alert that. So this could be interesting. Gonna browse. 40. Now that's about right, I would say. So what I could say is if file name length is greater than, I'm going to guess 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, I'm going to guess 16. Then JavaScript get first, well, I'll say first the characters because everybody will be searching for that. Okay. It's dot substring.
Well, that's what he's trying. Scroll down for the answer.
Oh.
He's asking the question. There you go.
So it looks like it's
just a simple substring.
Yeah, let's try something. var new file name equals, and we're saying
file.name.substring.
Yep. And then 0.
0, the length 3.
I'll go with 9, right? And I'm going to alert new file name just to see if that's happening.
And you can add like a couple of little dots at the end.
Yep. Yeah, that's going to be fine. So, okay, let's say var file. Yeah, file name is file dot name, and
okay, then replace it on 188.
Then it's going to be file name is that, and then file name also equals ... and then right here we say file name. Okay, let's give it a try.
Looking good.
Okay, that's acceptable, isn't it?
Aye.
Let's have a look at one of the other ones. Yep, I think that's okay.
And another one.
There's a lot of wee tricks happening with this thing, you know. But there we go. Pretty good, innit?
That's alright, man, yeah. Looking good.
Yep.
I'd maybe increase it above 9. See how far before it hits the edge.
I'm okay. I'll try 12, just take a guess, you know. They're not monospace characters we're dealing with here. Right, that'll do me.
Aye, see that looks better because it looks like you've got a nice padding on either side, you know?
Yep, yep. So, the next thing, how long have I been streaming, by the way? How long have I been here? If I told you how long I've been here, you would weep. I've been here for 6 hours, 23 minutes.
Oh, wow.
I did have a break, though, for a little time out, you know. Val headed out for some lunch.
Ah, yeah.
Right, okay. So, we are here. Right, I think the next part is just getting the actual, the real % progress appearing so that it doesn't just say 0, right? So in order to do that,
you need to trigger the uploads and then monitor its progress.
That's right. So right around here, I'm setting the background image, and we have a thing called progress handler. Progress handler is the key. So I'm going to click on this, and this, and this. Funny that. The progress handler is a wee bit quiet here. Alright. Here we go. Right, check this out, man. It's this stuff here. That's pretty cool. Now, aye, that's it. And all I need to do is yeah, okay. So basically the progress handler is what gives us the percentage of uploaded and all of that stuff. And so the trick here, there you go, progress handler running. And the trick is to get the particular thumbnail that is being referred to and let that be the one, you know. So you can see that I've got an eye here which represents the index, and where the hell does this progress handler thing kick in?
I was just looking.
What's that?
I was just looking, trying to figure that out myself.
Yep. Right, so here we go. So when we attempt an upload, we have an index here, and you can see that we're running a thing called progress handler.
What's the third argument?
I have no idea.
Can you not control click on add event listener and it will tell you? Oh no, you're using Sublime and no. Get PHP Storm.
No, that's a good idea. That's a really, really great idea.
Because that is one of the things you can do. You can just click on these things and it'll take you through to the file and the line.
Do you know what? Here's how you solve it, Derek. Can you see my screen?
Watch.
I'm going to go HTTP on upload, add event listener. Now, normally when you do an event listener, it's something like that. Click, you take an event object and you do that, right?
Get rid of your semicolon after HTTP.
Okay. But that's what a normal event listener looks like, right?
Right,
So, is it possible?
Well, you mean you can get away with not typing function at that point
Sure.
before EV?
So could we go like this? Progress handler. Now, I'm going to do a wee console.log that just says rock the handler.
Right, okay.
I'm going to comment out this one. Now, if this still works, then I should be able to say comma index, and that'll let me identify the thumbnail that should be updated. Do you know what I mean? So here we go.
Okay, well, the listener is not rocking when it's...
It certainly is not rocking.
Sitting playing Kumbaya somewhere instead, man. Right, like, let's figure this out. So where were those console logs happening? I saw that above, I think.
Right, hold on. Hang on, man. I've got these lights shining in my face. Right, progress handler. False.
Right,
Add event oh, do you know what? Hang on. I said click. I should have said progress. See what I mean?
Right,
Let's try it again. Rock the handler.
There we go. Right, okay.
Right, so now I'm going to...
Right, so...
chuck in that index number, right?
Now, why don't you console log the progress handler?
Because my situation
where is
has not improved.
Well, what can you do with the progress handler? See if you do progress handler dot.
Do you know what?
That's why I want you to console log it, because I don't think you're going to be able to tell, especially not in Sublime, you know.
Right, let me just try one thing if I can, right? It might not work. But I'm just going to say console.log index is, and I'm going to do something like that.
Yep.
Okay. Oh well, it was worth a try, right? So we're back to your own suggestion here, which is to console.log maybe json.stringify event handler or something like that.
Does it say progress handler running in the...
It did not that time.
No, right, that's what I mean. But I mean, so in that, see where you're saying rock the handler.
Oh, hang on. Aye, where it says rock the handler, I should be able to read I from here, shouldn't I?
Well, you put in console log that progress handler and see what you've got. Not up there, not down there.
Right,
rather.
hold on. I've just realised something. Right.
So just under console log rock the handler, also do a console log for what that variable that you've passed in is. Progress handler.
Right, okay. Aye, I see what you mean.
Let's see what's that's giving us.
Okay. Okay, so we've got a bunch of stuff.
Well, but there's the variables you're looking for there. Now, because you're doing it locally, look how speedy that was. Look, loaded equals total. So in other words, it's already 100% immediate.
I know. But I really wanted, let me just try something. Console.log, let's just say index is, and I'm going to just chuck in a little I.
I actually don't think you need to. I think what you're supposed to do here, see if you go back to that bit of code.
Hang on.
If I'm right, it's like a one-liner.
But look, dude, I've got the index.
Right, but
the index is all I need. The index is all I need, and look, it's going to give me. It's going to say 0, 1, 2.
Yeah, so in that block of code, then. Yep.
So that's kind of cool.
So now at that point, you just update the percentage in the actual progress bar for that index. So you've make sure each of those progress bars have got their own unique ID using that index, and you're able to update it. You know.
Aye, that's it. That was the whole plan. That was the whole plan.
Yeah. So that's where you would do it.
So now. See progress handler running. I had taken it out of the picture there. So now
you call it in there.
We call it in here. So it's progress handler. And this time we pass in our event object and we pass in the index. Meanwhile, on progress handler, we're now taking in an index. And index.
Got this code written right. I see what you're doing. You're just rewiring it back in.
Yep. The index is important for figuring out what thumbnail gets updated. So there you go. Excellent. So now the name of the game is figure out which thumbnail to update.
Well, that's like you've got the index. So go back to
what we do. Hold on. It's these. So
where do you echo where do you create each thumbnail?
Well, hold on a wee minute. I'm going to say var thumbnails is document get elements by class name. That's the name of them. Because I've declared it at the top here, they are available everywhere.
Cool.
So if I go to the progress handler, I can say var target thumbnail is, and it would be thumbnails of that value on the index. So gee. So the first thing I probably want to do is get the percent loaded, right?
I would console log it, make sure what you've got is right.
Here it is, right? Let's get the let's go like this. The percent, that's the percent loaded. And then I'll just say percent equals math round percent. Now let me console.log this percent and make sure it's a kosher number before I start adding it onto the wee thumbnail.
Yeah, look, you're on a local machine. It's instantly uploaded in a oneer. You got no...
Okay, I'll get a bigger file. So some YouTube videos here. Here we go. So keeping an eye on the percent. 0, 23, 39, 46, 55. That's perfect, isn't it? Isn't that just perfect?
That's really nice.
So now I need to think about how to identify the percent complete. Oh, and in fact, what I could say is I've got it. I could say...
See, when you go into the event handler...
check it out, Derek. var percent indicators is document get elements by class name. And there we are, right? So I'm going to say...
yeah, right, because that will have the same index. There we go.
Yep. So I'm going to say target percent indicator equals percent indicators I, and then I'm going to say, now if you think about the percent indicator, we're talking about the inner HTML really, aren't we? So it would be target percent indicator dot inner HTML equals percent. Let's now give this a wee test again, and I'll use the video as an example. So hopefully we should see this percent going up as it uploads. 6, see it? See it?
Yep.
Pretty cool. Now it looks like I stopped at a certain point, but let's not worry about it just too much. I'm going to join on a little percent symbol here. Let's go back to dealing with images now.
I'll try that again. Why did it stick? You would hope it'd go up to 100, you know?
It could have been the API endpoint. I think my computer's crashed though. Oh, well, it says 100 there. See that?
Yep, so something happened, yeah.
Right, okay. So let's now... I'm just going to... Okay, I'll do it one more time, will I? I'll maybe get a shorter one. Let's get this video here. Oh, see it? That's beautiful.
That's fucking brilliant, man.
Right, so here comes the magic, Derek, right?
We've got a wee notice coming out there in the log as well.
Right, here comes the magic, right? There is another event that we listen out for here.
Yeah, what happened? Do you want to try loading two at the same time?
Well, maybe no right now. I've got something else I want to show you that I think you'll like, right? So, wait till you get a load of this. Right, I'm going to look for the word progress, right? Right. Okay. So see how we've got an event handler here for progress? Right here. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to add another event uploader here, and I'm going to write complete, right?
Ah, right. And so as soon as the event is at 100%.
Yep. So here we go again, right? So we'll go like this and this. Here it goes. 100. Trying to access value, boolean, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You were getting a notice coming out in the log there.
Okay. Well, let me just quickly reference an interesting video. My wee computer's freaking out here. I'm going to switch my camera off so that my computer has slightly less stress, you know.
In this tutorial, we'll be showing you how to use HTML5,
Alright.
JavaScript, and PHP to render elegant file upload progress bars. Now, due to the fact that we're using HTML5, this application may not work as intended in old versions of browser software. So for now, just make sure you experiment in either.
Okay. So
Echo back to this AJAX request some kind of message. Okay, so you can see file upload parser is made very basic for this demonstration, and you would want to expand it with more error handling and checking of the file size, the type, and to make sure it's there and things like that. The only error handling move get element by ID, the status element on the page, which was this little H3 element here. We're going to put the actual percent number and the percent symbol so the user can see.
There you go, Derek. It's called load. Load is the name of it, right?
Alright, so the different names, right, okay.
Aye. So here we go again. Hang on a minute. Alright. I get all these alerts for people I don't even know who they are sometimes. Anyway, let's keep going with this. So I'm going to go with images here for the moment because I just really need to see the complete thing working. So I'll go like that. Ah, there you go. Now it says complete, right? So here's the trick, Derek. When we get a thing going complete, what I want to do is have a look at the thing. You see here where we've got this overlay black thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Ah, so you could have a green overlay with a tick showing it's uploaded or something.
Aye. So I'm going to go like this. I'm going to copy this. And I think I need to do a wee tweak, Derek, to thumb overlay. I do. So what I'm going to do is right here, I'm going to say thumb overlay, right? So that's the class that we get. Now let me have a wee look at thumb overlay. Okay, so I have these different thumb overlays going on. I'm going to go like this. going to go like this. And then going to copy this little beauty here, paste in. There we go. And so we're going to do that and that and that. Okay. Now I'm just going to make sure it still works before I start getting fancy here. So we'll do the Rambo thing again. Upload. Alright, now why it does not say complete is a bit of a mystery. Why did it not do that?
That's weird because it did last time. Did you comment it out earlier? You must have done.
Oh. Oh, I did. I took it out.
Yeah.
Right, so here's what we're going to do then. So, in just the same way as I headed upstairs and I got all the percentage indicators and all of that stuff, I am now going to get the thumb overlays. So, thumb overlays, right? Let's just, I'll just go like, yeah. Like that, right?
Yeah.
So the thumb overlays are everything that has a class name of thumb overlay. Is that the name of it? No.
That's not a capital look.
Okay. Right, there we go, right? So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to say yep, I'm going to say var target thumb overlay is thumb overlays on that index, and then I'm going to say target thumb overlay dot class list dot remove, and it's called thumb overlay black. And then I'm going to say classless, we're going to have thumb overlay green, and I'm going to say add. Now wouldn't that be cool?
And that should work.
Ha 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 ha.
Cool, man. Now do it with the video.
No, don't want to make things complicated. It's only going to be for images, Derek, for the moment, you know.
It worked with the movie thing as well, like
right. I know, but I just don't want to do it with a video right now, Derek. I just don't. No, let me just get my loaders happening. Var loaders is document dot get elements by class name loader. Okay, now hold on a minute. This is wrong. I want to find the wee spinning thing, because I want to switch it off. Do you know what I mean? Okay. So on the thumb overlay, what are we doing here? I've got a div with a class of loading. Okay.
Inside it, yeah, like you're just putting something inside spinner.
Mm-hmm. So
you just want to get rid of that?
What I could do is get the HTML symbol for a tick. Do you know what I mean? That'd be kind of cool, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Aye, that's what I'm going to do. HTML symbol for tick.
Do you not use any like icon libraries or anything?
Nah, you can usually just find these wee Unicode characters lurking around that do the job.
Well, you can certainly Unicode stuff, yeah.
Andrew's saying, are parallel uploads possible? Yes, they are. And that is precisely what we're going to get. Oh man, my eyesight's starting to go a wee bit here. Right, let's have a wee look.
Check, the ampersand check, that's what I thought.
There we go.
Yeah. I did think that, man, you know, I didn't say because I wasn't sure.
Okay, so let's go to the script again with the bit that says loaders. Now I'm probably not going to do that. Instead, I'll think in terms of the thumb overlay. And right, I'm gonna start off by removing the loader. So if I just quickly have a look here, user. Okay. So there you go. So what we do then is we say target thumb overlay, remove child,
You're probably going to have that.
I'm going to have to say target thumb overlay dot last child. That should remove the loader, shouldn't it?
I think it should, yeah.
So here we go. There you go. So after we've removed the loader, I'm going to add a div with a tick. So to do that,
just enough HTML, which will remove that 100% as well. You probably want that.
I like the 100%.
So what are you gonna?
We'll see. So I'll do something like this. Let's say var ticky box.
Ticky box
is create element like this. Now I can give it a class of ticky box. That was a typo, but I quite like it. And then I'm going to say new content is create text node, and we say ampersand check like that. Is that right?
Yep.
Then we add that on, and then I'm going to say target thumb overlay append child ticky box. And then I'm going to, well, I'll style it in a minute if I need to, but let's just see how this is looking. So we're browsing, we're opening, uploading. And it says ampersand check. That's not too good. Let's try something else.
Yeah, right, well, look, use the code below then.
What's that?
Like either the Unicode or the CSS code.
Okay, so do you mean
you could either do it that way, or you could try using the backslash. Look at the one at the top, the Unicode.
Oh, here's an idea. Suppose you did this. Okay, so I've got a div with a class of ticky box, right? I then add on the ticky box, and then I say ticky box dot inner HTML equals. Let's try that.
I think you're going to get the same result.
No, it worked. It worked.
Okay, it did work. Next one.
That's cool. So, little bit of styling on this.
Text white.
I'm going to say
100% shows that you get that up there, and I would have it saying complete or something.
Yeah.
Next to it.
So, top 0, something like that. Position absolute. So here we go. Uploading. Oh, there we go. Do you see it? It's over on the left, but if I swing it over now, so if I say right 0, that should swing that right over to the right hand side here. There you go. Now, of course, I probably don't want total 0 here. Maybe something like this instead. Haha, nearly there.
6.
Beautiful wee system, innit, Derek?
It's getting there, man. It's working pretty awesome, man.
There you go. And then at that point, if I was going to be a complete perfectionist, I would add a wee cross on the left hand side for people to delete.
Well, you know, version 1.1, the new feature.
Yeah. But it's really great, isn't it? Let's do a few pictures and just see how this looks. So, I'll grab a big bunch of them. Here we go. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful?
Yep.
It's absolutely fantastic. And here it is on different screen sizes, Derek. Looks pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Very, very nice. All right. So, now, an interesting question here is, did it actually upload anything? I haven't even given that any thought. So, let's see if we can solve that mystery.
Well, it certainly uploaded them and gave you the upload progress, you know?
Yep. So, it would probably be in here. Then it would be in Trungate Live 2. Then it would be in, I'm looking for public. Then it would be in module resources. And then I think it's this one here. Picture gallery. I think it's that one. So let's just give this a wee try. Do you know what? I'll just give it a go. Right, okay, here we go. So we'll do the Rambo one. Keep an eye on the right hand side. It's not that one.
You've just deleted stuff that you don't know.
Right, let's see here. It's probably... Right, image gallery. We have an uploader. We have an upload here. No, pardon me. It's TJ uploader. The endpoint is called upload. Here's the code. It's the HDPP one. So, oh. Well, I don't think I've even got that one. All right. Right, change of plan. So this is going to be the one that we use. The one that ends in FY4. All right. So I'm just going to go like this. Okay. Here we go. Into the picture gallery. So keeping an eye on the right hand side as we choose Rambo. Right, I'm not... Oh, hang on. Failed to open stream. Permission denied.
Chmod.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. So... I quite fancy getting one of the new Macs, I must tell you, man. They seem to be really fast, you know? I could definitely do with some of that in my life. Alright, here we go. Oh, I should click into it again. So it's this FY4 one. And here we go again. Here comes Rambo. There it is. Pretty cool, huh? I'll try a multiple file upload now.
Do you know what's funny actually? I was working on like some of my own code earlier on, and I've got a bit of duplicate code, so I'm going to move it somewhere else.
Have a look, Derek. Look, 3 files, and there they are.
Right.
How beautiful is that?
Now, what if you have 2 files that aren't the same, but they've got the same file name? Would that just overwrite it?
I don't know. I mean, I have... That's kind of an API issue, if you know what I mean. And it's more of a PHP thing.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. For every file I upload, you know, that's the original file name, but I change it to make sure it's unique.
Yep. So here's my wee to-do list. Draw a drop zone for each file, loop to the endpoint, get the progress, hide, disguise the form, get it working, add a nice spinner. Well, look at that. I made a lot of progress. So, isn't that beautiful, Derek?
Aye, it's very nice.
I think it's just fantastic. Now, let's... I just love it. I think it's really great. And it is probably going to take me another full day to finish it. But bearing in mind, there's only 2 of these that I can find in the open source community that are worth looking at. And both of them are terribly complicated. They've got crap documentation. And this one is good. This one is solid, you know. So I feel pretty good about this. How's everybody in the room? I wonder if I'm still here. Append with timestamp. Strip off the timestamps when you load them. That's a suggestion, but PHP's so fast that you'd probably have stuff with the same timestamp on it, you know. I don't think we need to do anything like that. I don't think we need random strings or any such shenanigans. I think...
Well, Dave, check it out, man, right? Like, have a look at this. Here's an eval. It just echoes a string. Just take a look at it.
Okay.
So just skip past the function. You'll see down at the bottom, it just says echo get file name cat.jpg. See that?
Mm-hmm.
Now look at the output.
File name on disk.
Yeah, no, just scroll past the code right now and look, scroll down to the output. There, it's there.
I'm getting some bullshit in my way.
What's that dark mode thing?
Don't know, somebody decided to make it bullshit. Look at that.
Click on it for a minute. Totally in the way.
I know. Oh, there we go. Right. So, get file name.
Yeah, I'm using that.
I see exactly what you're saying. Right, okay. So
and I'm saying I don't know what your use case is, but that's a good thing to have.
Right. Here's what I'm thinking, Derek, and it might be what this does. See when the files get uploaded, right? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep. When the files get uploaded, you could indeed make sure that you upload them with a random string at the end of the file name like this. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
And then that random string could then be added onto the thumbnails as an ID or something like that, or even as an additional class or something.
Oh yeah, that's what you do. You would run that get
then
file
that-
name function, passing in the original file name.
That's cool. That's cool. That's brilliant. I don't think we need it as complicated as this though. With the TronGate framework, I can do this in 2 lines.
Oh, like, you know, you can do it however you like. You know, I've
Don't
used
you denigrate the name of the TronGate framework. You will behold the awesomeness. Anyway, Derek, you're absolutely right, and that's a great idea. So get it to... I'm going to take a note of that, in fact, because that's a beautiful idea. So get it to take... to give the file a random name. And why not just do that? Why should it even say cat ABC? It should just be a random name.
Well, the thing is, like, you know, I mean, I've been places that had like database tables called file, right? And like, you'd have whatever file it was on the disk, you'd have its original file name, but the file that was called on the system and stuff, like, yeah, obviously along with the MIME types and all this kind of thing. So I've seen that kind of thing before, you know.
Yep. Okay. And there's Martin here says the uploader is looking great. Thank you, Martin. I think it's looking... I knew that this would take me... I predicted it would take between 6 and 24 hours, and my prediction was right. This is a big thing to upload or to build. Nobody else is making stuff like this, you know? Isn't it looking great, Derek?
Yeah. One of the other things you should think about for this is to give it a random, like, because this is just a file farm, right? So, like, you shouldn't really have more than 1,000 files in a folder. Otherwise, like, it starts freaking out, man.
That won't happen. I mean, again, I can see
how... It's happened to me, like, my Player Reg website, where I had all these cricket players uploading stuff, right? And it was hugely popular, and, like, yeah, as soon as the folder started getting above a certain amount of files on it, started freaking out.
Let me show you my red overlay. Look at this.
Your red overlay?
Yep. See it?
Ah, yeah.
So if something goes wrong, if there's an error, I'll get the thing to return that, and they'll see this, you know. And I have control. It's very easy for me to chuck in a wee counter at the PHP end that checks the file type, file size, dimensions, number of files in the folders, anything you like, you know.
Yeah. Basically, to make sure they're not sending garbage to you, you know what I mean?
Totally. But I'm really, really loving it. I think it's looking great.
Oh yeah, like it's always good when you build something like that and you see it in action, man. Like, you know, I just love watching those movies upload, man, you know, because then you saw the numbers actually happening.
I know. Good call. Let's do one of them. And the other thing is you'd want to get icons and stuff like that for movies and files and what have you. But again, I'll probably leave that till tomorrow. This has been a really, really good day. Even though I never finished the thing, I've still covered quite a lot of stuff, I think. And I think I've completely broken the back of this thing. I mean, it's like, forgive my arrogance, but it's like playing a game of chess. And I know that I've got checkmate 10 moves into the future. Do you know what I mean? Look at this. See it? See the uploader?
Awesome, man.
Yeah.
And yes, don't worry, these things stick. You know, we all know what these things are like, you know, so like it's as...
Well, that's a huge, huge video.
Yeah, well, it'll jump.
There you go.
All right, but you've got a few warnings happening there.
Post exceeded limit, which is true. Let me get the Borat video up. That was about the right size for this type of thing. This is like
But that's cool because that can be the video then that you test your error message stuff with it. You know?
So look at this. Oh, that's just so good, isn't it? Now, if I had in a wee icon or something for that, this is beautiful. The only thing that I'm no sure of, Derek, and let me be honest with you, I'm at a wee bit of a crossroads here, because I think that this is potentially a cracker for the module marketplace, you know?
Yeah, well, what I would do then is, like, because obviously in its current state we're browsing once, selecting files, and then dumping them in, but you should have that option again and again, kind of thing. So I don't know if you're doing a replace once you've browsed and chose something, or what happens to that, because it does disappear.
Aye, that's going to be fine. In fact,
so like after you've uploaded a couple of images, can you still drag a new file on?
100%. 100%.
Ah, right. Excellent.
Watch, I'll quickly show you, right?
Right.
Oh, it's opacity. Right. So all we do is, you see this here? When the thing is loaded, here it is right here. So what I'll do is, to be completely cocky, I'll add in a set timeout. Maybe wait a second, and then I'm going to make the controls reappear. So check it out. I'll pick a few images, upload. Now you see they disappear, but then, oh, can you believe it? What happened there? Was it the set timeout that done it?
Oh yeah, because you've already, well, but then that wouldn't that happen after the first upload? In other words, should it ever disappear, or should it just get on with it?
Ah, there it came back. Did you see it?
Yeah. Right, okay.
Let's do this again. So there you go. How you like me now? Look, I'll even add more on. Isn't that beautiful? Now, unfortunately, the thing's working rather rubbishly, which makes sense. I'll fix that tomorrow, though.
Yeah, obviously, yeah. We've just got the first basic stuff happening, you know.
Oh, yep. I tell you, man, I'm really, really pleased with this one. The only thing is that the controls should have a nice background colour. So I'm going to just search for...
CSS is going to sort that out. Listen, Dave, I'm going to get going and get some dinner just now. I need to eat something. But yeah, looks like you're making really good progress and getting there with this thing, man. It look, you know.
Thanks, dude. I appreciate that.
I would say, you know.
Yeah, well, I do appreciate it. But one question, see when you're doing RGB, is it 240 or 250 is the full number?
255.
Oh, is it 255? That explains why I've got such a weak colour. Jeez. Right, give me a wee second, Derek. Before you go, check it out. There it is, man. Here we go. Watch this. It's going to be beautiful. So disappears, reappears. See it?
Yep.
That's what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. And the funny thing is, I mean, I'm going to keep this live stream up. The start of the live stream, I spent hours without a clue what I was doing, you know. But I think I've gone beyond the original tutorial. And by the time I've finished this tomorrow, it's going to be really, really top notch. I could even add transitions and all sorts in, you know. But this is cool.
Yeah, it's very cool, man.
The way that it works is a belter. Do you know how it works, by the way? Just very quickly. This, see behind this drop zone, there is one of those multi-part forms. You know where you get the wee thing, you click and it opens a browser and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Choose file. It just looks pure crap. So there's one of them, but I've set the opacity to 0 so you can't see it. And when you click this browse, that's just text there. But when you click browse, it runs a JavaScript function that simulates a click of the invisible form.
Ah, right. You know, you can just use a JForm, is it not?
JForms are bullshit.
It's the same stuff.
JForms are bullshit.
Oh, for fuck's sake, man.
I don't even know what a JForm is, Derek. Fuck.
Hey, hold on a wee minute. I've got
right.
Because when I figured this stuff out, I put it on my blog, man. I've got
Look at how nice this is. It's absolutely fantastic.
Aye, right, aye, it's the form data class.
Okay.
You just you make your post. You just make a post request and then send that as the new form data, man. That's all I use, man.
I know. I know what you mean. That's posting it. I'm talking about simply making the window pop up that says choose your files.
Ah, yeah, oh, yeah, of course. Aye, right, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So there's a button somewhere.
Yep. It's really, really looking great. So I'm going to leave it there because my eyes are starting to get a wee bit sore. This has been quite good. I'm pleased.
Yeah, obviously it's quite fun to drop in and see what was happening, you know.
Aye. It's a shame that it takes so long to build stuff like this, but
once you've got it built, then you make sure you build it in a reusable way everywhere.
I know. The dilemma I've got, and I'll lay it on you straight. I'm opening up this app store soon, you know, and I don't want it to be empty, you know. I want it to have lots of nice stuff on it, and it's tempting. It's tempting to put this in, but on the other hand, I love the idea of not using any third-party libraries in the framework. No.
Yeah.
Right now, there's only a few third-party libraries being used in the framework. There's obviously Filepond, which is huge. I mean, this is a complicated thing. There's a couple of JavaScript pop-up calendars and stuff like that, time pickers.
Yeah, fair enough, yeah.
They'll be easy enough to do. And then there's the actual admin panel that uses W3CSS.
Yeah.
Now, of all of those bits and pieces, this is the most difficult one. And I have to tell you, man, the temptation that I have right now to just make it so that the entire Trongate ecosystem does not use third-party libraries, it's very tempting. You know?
Okay, then.
Because how cool would that be?
Well, I don't know.
No license bullshit. No strange wee bugs. No wondering how something works. Just every single line of code built in the spirit that the whole thing was intended to be built. That would be brilliant, man. Wouldn't that be good?
Yeah, well, it would be good, yeah. Like, you know, I'm just thinking though, like, you know, say you use something like Swift Mailer or something, because you don't want to write all that stuff yourself.
I do. I do. And I will. In fact, one of the very first things that I want to build immediately is an email module. And I want to just get away from packages, you know. I will have an email module on that module market, and it will be free of charge. Because I want to get away from packages. Packages is the competition, you know.
Right.
Oh, I'm telling you. The other thing as well, Derek, is as I said recently, like, nobody cares about features. It's one of the very tough lessons that I learned, you know. There is nothing I can build that nobody watching this live stream could build, or you could build, you know. You could probably build it in your sleep, right? There's not a solitary feature that is going to give us the advantage. Nobody cares about features. Nobody cares about benchmarks. We've all heard it before. Since 2004, or 2005, we've had frameworks that help you to do stuff fast. There's nothing new. There's nothing interesting. But see a framework that's V1 forever. A framework that comes with its own ecosystem. A framework that's easy, that you learn once, use it for a lifetime. A framework that turns its back on all of that self-appointed aficionado crap. That's new. Nobody's done that. Nobody has had the nerve to do that yet. And I don't think that any framework makers out there are willing to do that. Right?
Yourself.
Aye. Would you, as a framework maker, and you obviously have your own framework, would you be willing to completely turn your back on PSR auto-loading and all that stuff and say, no, I'm doing it another way?
Yeah.
Would you?
Yeah. Well, I always said to you, you can ignore all the PSRs, but if there's one that's worth like sticking with, it's the composer auto loading. Like that's a good one.
Okay, and that's the worst one of the whole lot. And so what you've basically said, and I say it respectfully, but you've basically just said, no, you would not turn your back on the PSR stuff. You remain tethered to the PSR stuff.
Well, like, yeah, I guess so. Yeah,
like a little poodle.
Well, I guess that's one way of putting it. Yeah, like, you know,
like a little poodle. A little bitch poodle.
They themselves don't write any code though, man. They just write interfaces. You know, it's just if you don't need to use them at all.
Yeah. You know the trouble with interfaces though, right?
What's that?
Interfaces are bullshit. See, anyway, it doesn't matter. Look, God bless you. I don't expect to convert anybody over to this stuff at all from the land of the flipping zombified, you know. But for those who do value things being easy and simple and fast and robust, and for those who like to use PHP the way that it was meant to be used, I think that they'll like this, you know. Template engine for a template engine? I don't know how you can justify that, man. I really don't. But hey, it's all about variety, Derek. And, you know, as you know, I love all of the frameworks. Right?
No, you hate them all.
No, I don't actually. I don't. I really don't. The big secret is I love them all. I do. I love them all. I do. There's not a single framework that I don't love, you know. I enjoy looking at how other people solve problems. There's some of them that I look at though that I just, it's funny because there's certain there's a difference between this is something like there's this line, right, or a spectrum. It's like, this is really great, I could use this and make a living with this. Then there's, I'm not really into this, but I can see how it could be used. And then there's, you positively would damage your chances of earning a living if you chose this framework. And I know a lot of them that are in that category, but I'm not going to say what they are here. You can probably guess. And as far as all of the PHP stuff goes, none of it's in that category. If it's PHP, it's probably good. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, PHP, you know.
PHP's pretty good. Where I think there's a problem is if you get, like, you know yourself, long have you been doing web development, Derek?
Since 2000, about, well, like, you know, yeah.
Aye.
Well,
so
stuff 2000, HTML, maybe a wee bit earlier, even.
Right. So you'll know that the vast majority of clients have an interest in SEO, right?
Yeah.
When's my site getting to the top of Google? So for somebody building, say, a React website out in the marketplace as somebody with a business or a freelance thing, well, I'm not going to say anything. But given the fact that the source code of those React sites is virtually unreadable, given the fact that it gets updated every 10 minutes.
Yeah, right, yeah. So, like, basically, all the URLs that you need to follow and stuff, if you're talking about single page applications and whatnot.
Aye.
Yeah.
Yep.
See, that's when it becomes really important that your sitemap works properly as well, you know? Yeah, but look.
Nah.
It's annoying.
Well, I don't want to badmouth things that I don't know about. But I've yet to see a JavaScript-based site even appear on page 1 for a competitive phrase. Haven't seen it yet. You know?
Yeah, no, well, I can easily believe that. Yeah.
Yep. Anyway, hopefully this is going to be a good time for PHP coming up, you know, and yeah, man, I'm not into the PSR bullshit, but at the same time, I look at it like a boxer looking at an opponent that he kind of secretly respects. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, you know, like what's been built and what you're building. I mean, if you're like single-handedly recreating an entire ecosystem, you know.
No, bless you.
Whereas, like, you know, Composer's just there as a version checker and management thing. You know what I mean? The download. It's not the entire ecosystem. Do you know what I mean? It's not a framework. You've done the framework. You're building the shop. You've got everything. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, like
CSS framework now as well.
Aye.
Well, here's an interesting comment. Trev says, my work had that attitude 20 years ago. No third-party libraries. And stuck with it for a very long time. But the new guys have brought Ember into the picture. Now, just as a timeout, Ember have got on the homepage, last time I looked, we will send a new version of this framework out every 6 months, right? So Ember is loving the rewrite culture. Anyway, he says that the new guys brought Ember into the picture. Now we have a whole load of problems. He says the 20-year-old version still works perfect. We'll see if we can even build the Ember version in 5 years once all dependencies get out of date or NPM or get deleted and cause build failures, blah, blah, blah. And there you go. Anyway, you get the picture, right?
I know, it sounds horrible already, man. Yes.
Totally. I really, really think that just reading that comment is making me think that maybe there is something to be said for just having no third-party libraries, Derek, you know?
Well, I mean,
I know that you're in a different plane.
Oh, no, well, you know, when it comes to JavaScript, they're always going to have these problems over like PHP kind of thing, you know, like, because JavaScript has been called from an HTML file, right? And where's that like script coming from? Could be hard coded in, or it could be the right version. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
But depending how it's been written in, there's absolutely no way of policing it. So even all their best intentions let's make sort of Node package manager and all that. Some seriously horrible and bad stuff has happened on Node package manager. You know, like
Is that right?
Did I never tell you about the left pad guy? There's a guy, the guy who wrote a bunch of libraries, right? But like, one of his most used libraries was left pad. It literally was just a function that put a bit of padding, zeros or whatever, to the left of some number. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
And it was used by over 500,000 projects or something, right? Like other
aye.
Right? Now, what happened was some company, they had a brand name that was the same as what this guy's open source thing was, right? And for whatever reason, like the guys at Node get harassed by the guys from this company, and like they silently took down his stuff, or like they asked him I can't remember exactly the story. They either asked him and they refused, or they actually just like took down his stuff or whatever, right? But what I do remember is, like, in revenge, he just went and fucking unpublished everything that he had, and it included this left pad library that had over 500,000 like usages in different projects and stuff like that. And as soon as he unpublished it, everyone's project's broken. All these JavaScript websites using this guy's stuff, which was like just some dependency based on some other package they'd asked for by Node. Node, give me this. So, well, guess what? We use this guy's package. Bang, your website no longer works. Do you know what I mean? Because he unpublished everything. That's what I was going to say, right? So they asked him to remove, to change his name. He said no, and basically, so that was it. They wanted him to rename his package. He didn't, and then when they were like, right, okay, just took it all down, breaking everything, and Node made the unprecedented fucking choice to republish this stuff against the original developers and wishes.
Flipping heck.
Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
They're like, sorry, your code's too important. We're redeploying it.
Is that right?
Can you imagine having to make that decision?
That's crazy. Did that really happen?
He unpublished his work because of what NPM had and they went ahead and unpublished it, and it was all based upon this. I think it was a project called Kick or something like that.
Yep.
And then these people were like, "Oh, Kick's our brand name. We want you to change it," and it was like, "No, I'm not doing this." And then I think the Node people got involved or something, and then he just removed everything. It's a really interesting story, but all you need to do is to read it for yourself is just type in npm left pad breaks websites into Google and you'll find it.
Flipping heck, man.
Nuts, eh?
It is.
Like I say, I'm going to get going for my dinner. I'm going to go and make some food here, but it's been fun coding.
Aye, thanks, I appreciate that. And it's funny, just as you were telling me all of that, I've definitely got some thoughts about this stuff, and you've given me a wee bit of clarity, so thanks for that.
Cool, man.
I think see, when you look at the situation is, I'm sitting saying, am I going to use third-party libraries with this framework, or just build every frigging thing myself,
Well, shouldn't it? Right, well, here's one other thing for you to think about before you answer that. It's like, if you're saying everything is a self-contained package in its own folder, and you just need to drop it into the framework and it all just works, right?
Yep.
So long as you've got the initial config thing that it looks at or whatever, yeah?
Yep.
So shouldn't it matter if they've got third-party libraries in them, you know? If that module itself has third-party libraries, JavaScript and stuff like that, then who cares? Is that not just one of the assets that the framework deploys? None of your concern, really, is it?
That's true. But one of the things that would potentially be a major pain in the neck is the admin panel. Because the admin panel uses W3 CSS, you know? Now, let's say I was to turn around in a few months and just build my own CSS framework, which I kind of did yesterday. But let's imagine I did one and said, right, I'm going to make this the new admin panel. That would potentially be a breaking change for a lot of people, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but then again...
But you haven't even launched yet. You could do whatever you want, man. Like, you know, so long before launch time, you can make as many changes as you need to.
Do you know the one third-party library that I would keep of the whole lot?
What's that?
Flipping heck, it's one that's not even being used. But there's one called Blueprint. It's really, really good. And,
what does it do?
Say it again?
What is it?
Blueprint, it's called.
Never heard of it. What is it?
It's a CSS layout library. I've never seen one before.
Ah.
So, do you see the way that I'm making this grid here and it's all resizing and perfectly and everything?
Yeah.
That's Blueprint. And I managed to get it doing that with about 10 characters or something, you know? It's astonishingly good. And I'll tell you what I would love to do with that. And I'll say it here, and you may laugh because it's ridiculous, right?
Right.
But I've been thinking for a while I'd like to buy Blueprint off the guy.
You want to buy it?
I want to buy it. Now, right now, I cannot afford a toaster, right?
Why would you want to buy it? What do you mean?
I just don't want to have third-party libraries, do you know what I mean? And I think that of all of the third-party libraries I've got, or that I've used, there's about 4 or 5 of them. That's one that, when I look at it, I say to myself, that's about as good as it gets. I don't think I could do better, you know? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, like...
Well, I probably could do better, but I don't know, man. It's just... it's just a really great thing. I really like Blueprint.
See,
I would give the guy... I'd give the guy $1,000 for it. You know? I don't know if he'd accept.
This is the thing, though, right? Like, have you ever used like SCSS?
Is that like SAS and less and all of that stuff?
Aye.
It's all bullshit.
What?
It solves a problem that doesn't exist.
Yeah, but it speeds things up. So
No,
like,
it doesn't.
Oh, it does.
The only thing it does of value is allows you to set variable names in CSS.
Right, but
that's a nice trick. But if you're working with
another
PHP,
nice
you
trick.
don't need that, you know? It's another thing to learn. And it's another barrier, you know?
Oh no, it's not that hard. And like, and what I love about it is the fact that you can nest CSS. Do you know what I mean?
Aye.
So, for instance, you've got div class box or whatever, right? And you've got a bunch of rules, right?
Yep.
Well, you could nest a p rule in there, so you don't need to write div.box space p and have another block. You just write p as a nested block inside of it. So you can have all this nested CSS, and then it decompiles into normal CSS. It's really nice.
Right, okay. And what problem does it solve?
Well, the problem of like sitting with all these different CSS rules all unorganized looking. Suddenly they're all like hierarchically nested the way that it kind of would be on the HTML document.
Well, okay. Here's Michael Levitt says something interesting. He says you can use variables in pure CSS. Now, did we know that?
Well, basically, like, I don't know, CSS wouldn't. I don't know, can we? Is he talking about?
A brief intro to CSS variables. Here we go. CSS variables, the var function. It can be used to insert. Right, this is just some bullshit article. But let's look at our friend. Our old friend, W3 Schools, always gives it to you straight.
No, it doesn't, man. W3 Schools.
Aye, it does. Right, here we go.
They're always out of date, man.
No. You see what you call out of date? I call it highly browser compatible. Now knock off the hipster bullshit.
No, I mean the info.
Here we go. Right, knock off the bullshit here. Well, let's see if we can learn something. The var function is used to insert the value of a CSS variable. CSS variables have access to the DOM, which means you can create variables with local or global scope, change the variables with JavaScript, and change the variables based on media queries. Well, the minute you introduce JavaScript, it's no CSS. A good way to use CSS variables when it comes to colors. Now that's interesting. So here we go, the traditional way. It says here's the traditional way of doing colors, and that is exactly what I would do. Okay. So here comes the var thing, how var works. It says, first of all, CSS variables can have a global scope, blah, 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 blah. You declare it inside the root selector, blah, 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 blah. Something about root, and then you say dash dash blue, you describe it, dash dash white, you describe it. Well, that's really great, isn't it? Look at that, Derek. And here's your browser support. But actually, I don't know what these numbers mean.
Well, that's versions of the browser.
What version are we on right now? Do you know?
Chrome is on version 49. There you go, man. Like or above.
Well, I know, but do you know what the current versions are?
I can tell you what I'm on.
Okay.
I'm on Firefox Developer Edition version 84. That's a lot of backwards breaking changes.
Would you be able to get the current Chrome browser version number by any chance?
No, because I don't have Chrome on my laptop. I've only got Chromium.
I'm using Brave.
Yeah.
Let's have a wee look here.
It's all Chromium, yeah.
What is the latest version of Chrome? 87.
I'm not scared of breaking backwards compatibility because it's not like anyone's programming with it. You know what I mean? Either just is that version or isn't.
Well, I tell you what, man, this is very interesting. CSS var tutorial. Alright. I have a wee trick for finding out when this came out, Derek.
That'll have been a while, man.
Yeah?
It'll have been a while. CSS 3 or whatever.
Well, let's just chuck some years in. 2015. Were they talking about it then?
Yes, it is. If that article's from 15, yeah, there it is. Reference with var notation.
No, it looks like 2017's when it came out, I think.
No, scroll up at the top there, man. There's your hallowed W3 schools at the top hit, man. And there you can see it says the var notation.
It says it's a candidate recommendation.
Ah, right. Okay, well, there you go. That's when they first started talking about it then.
Right. So let's assume it came out after that. I'm going to bet it came out in 2017.
Well, it has to go through the peer review process and all that, doesn't it? Or whatever equivalent.
There you go. There's Traversy covering it 2017. I was right. So he would have been right on that. And that's bloody awesome. 2017 was ages ago. So that's a great comment there. And thank you to Michael for that one. That's a staggeringly good comment. Thanks, man. Yeah, Favtech likes W3, as I do. Trev here says he stands by W3. We're loving W3 schools, Derek.
I think it's just like a lot of the information is out of date, man. Like, you know, especially the PHP stuff. Yeah, I'd much rather go to Mozilla Developer Network. If I was looking up any HTML, CSS, JavaScript type stuff.
Aye. Mozilla is excellently written, I have to admit. It's really, really great. By the way, is anybody looking for a get-rich, what's the opposite of quick? Slow? Business idea to do with PHP? Because I've got one.
What's your idea?
I had this thought. There's a lot of people having a go at PHP and it bothers me, right? But there's one criticism that keeps coming up and I have to agree with it.
What is it?
The documentation is crap.
Oh, do you know I'm actually about to help out on the PHP documentation?
Really?
I threw my name in fucking quite recently, man. I was like, hey, I'm up for changing some of that.
Okay, that's pretty cool. Well, let me tell you where I am with this one, Derek. I think that the documentation is not even fit for purpose. I cannot stress enough how bad it is, in my opinion.
Well, you remember Paul?
Yep.
Paul was responsible for remember
that wee weirdo, yeah.
I like Paul, man, but let's not talk about that. Let's talk about what happened, man. It's like remember when the PHP website looked a bit crap, man, right? And like it was even worse. The doc site, man, you know. And then one day, like, suddenly had a nice search bar that was a lot more usable than the previous thing.
Yep.
Well, that was him. Like, he did that bit, man.
Good for him. It needs more than a search bar, though, Derek. It needs a complete...
yeah, there's stuff going on. So I've put my name in and I've said, listen, I'm willing to contribute to this, you know.
Well, I think that's awesome. More power to you. But here's the get-rich-quick scheme. Build an unofficial one. You know? And just build a whole...
Oh, right, you never heard the like, there's websites and stuff you can get. What about phptherightway.com?
Yeah, that's a wee book though, really, isn't it?
Well, that's the thing, man. Right? What is a documentation fucking site if not like some sort of wee book? Do you know what I mean?
Well, I tell you something, man. See if somebody was to produce, like, have a look at the Mozilla site, right? Which is, I don't think it looks great, mind you, but the way it's written is really good. And see if you had somebody who decided, I'm going to write something like that type of thing, clear and up to date, and something that's sensitive to the state of the community. So, for example, you know, if like installing Pectal libraries, nobody gives a goddamn shit about that, you know? But if somebody has done a tutorial on how to implement alternative languages or something on YouTube, that's relevant, right? So I think that, you know, we're talking about rewrite schedules or whatever, versioning schedules, but if somebody took the time, and it's a year-long project, but if somebody was to write an unofficial PHP documentation site and give it a name like, I would register phpdocs.com, I bet you it's available, and I would say this is the 100% unofficial documentation, or else call it PHP the missing guide. Just unashamedly, this is totally not official. But see if you wrote it in a really beautiful way, take a year doing it. By the end of that year, you would have a website that probably gets, well, according to the Vue.js guy, he's getting 500,000 hits a month. PHP is powering 80% of the web. I think that you would conservatively be getting about 2 or 3 million hits a month with that site. And the potential for having AdSense or something like that, or putting courses or anything like that on a site like that, is just mind-blowing, you know? I mean, can you imagine if you wrote the unofficial PHP docs and offered tutorials, and, you know, not only just make them docs, but add little tutorials, and then you could say to people, look, if you want, you can try this course, and for a nominal fee, I'll teach you even more, you know? That would be a frigging roaring success story, Derek.
Well, I mean,
you'd be the coolest dude in the whole industry.
The thing is, man, well, like, you know, the community's looking for people to help right now with things like the docs, man. Like, you know, these guys are chipping in where they can, you know what I mean? Remember, that's not what they do for their day job, you know? They might be contributors. That looks good on their CV and stuff like that, but that's stuff they do in their own spare time, out the kindness of their hearts, because they love coding PHP, you know? And yeah, they've been reaching out, like, fucking who can help with the documentation. So, like I say, I've put my name forward, man, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And after I'm finished doing this dentist website that I'm working on, that's it, man. Like, you know, I'm getting some more work, and I'm gonna do a wee hour here and there, man, helping with the docs website, man, you know, try and turn it into something a bit better, you know. But, like, if someone's got a completely awesome idea to completely rejig the PHP documentation website, man, I'm sure they'd be all ears, man.
Mm-hmm.
If you were able to make some way of I don't know, like taking whatever database stuff they've got and translating it into a Trongate version of, oh, here's the docs, man, you know?
See the docs though, Derek?
I know they would need to be restructured completely different.
No, not restructured, rewritten. When
I think
we're now at the stage whereby when I'm searching for a PHP issue and the PHP docs come up, my heart sinks. I don't even bother reading them now. It's always disappointment. It's that bad. Now ask yourself this question, Derek. Honestly, right? What do you think Steve Jobs would do?
Make it easier, man.
No, he wouldn't.
Like, for...
He would get rid of them in a heartbeat, and he would start again. And he'd make something beautiful.
And possibly easier.
Certainly, aye. Yep. And, yeah, that's what I'm thinking, you know? Mm-hmm. So, well, there's your idea. I know that interferes with your volunteer to hang out with the happy bunch vibe, but
well, I just want to try and get that, but I'll tell you, my gripe is with the date time formats page, right? There's about 3 of them, and you can never find the right one that you're looking for, and it's a pain in the ass. I hate it, man. Like the docs are annoying, man. You know, like I have every bit as many complaints about the docs as what you do, man. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I wanna try and chip in where I can, make it better, and you know, I'll also get to see how they've built it as well. You know, which will be interesting.
Aye, I suppose it will be. I suppose
Because
it will be.
Bear in mind, it's an old website that they've added bits onto, and like, you know, because no one really gives a fuck, man. Writing documentation. Did you not find that kind of tedious and stuff because you've had to write docs for Trongate, right?
Haven't really done it yet, if I'm being honest with you. Do you know what I mean? I can tell you that I tried it, gave it a wee go, and somebody says that's no docs, that's just a tutorial, and that caught me off guard, you know, because I was like, well, what's the difference? But
the difference is just like describing each class and what each function does. So if you've got doc blocks at the top of them, and like, you know, you're on a winner in the, like, you know, because that's the easiest way to turn that into documentation.
Aye. Well, I'll tell you one thing, man. The documentation is something worth taking seriously, innit?
Oh, absolutely, man. I've put together docs for my framework, and I've realised it's like, wow, there's so many other things that I haven't talked about yet. Do you know what I mean?
Aye.
And yeah, it's a pain in the ass, man, writing docs, man, but if people want to use it, man, the docs are going to have to be there. But the thing is, man, like, you know, I've already seen on your GitHub, you're getting pull requests from people. Do you know what I mean? So people are using and trying out your stuff and offering fixes, and I think that's awesome, man, you know? Yeah, I certainly don't see any sort of action like that, you know, unfortunately. But yeah.
Well, you know why? I've mentioned why before. It's because it's everything that I've said. I mean, I feel as if I'm right about this.
Well, you're building up a community. Do you know?
It's not even that. It's like I went into the CodeIgniter forums about 3-4 months ago, and I said, I don't know what this framework stands for anymore. And the lead developer came on and said, you know what? He says, I've never actually thought about that. I'm going to go have a think about that, and I'll get back to you all. And I thought, holy cow, man. There's a guy in charge of the third most popular PHP framework on earth. And a framework that gets used by hundreds of thousands of developers. And he's never even thought about what it stands for, you know? And I really think that when push comes to shove, what you stand for is everything. And I mean, if you think about the best advertising campaign ever, so they say, was Apple's Think Different, you know?
Yeah.
And if you watch that, they're not talking about the processors or the RAM or the hard drive or anything like that. They're talking about what the thing stands for, you know? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so, I haven't even launched the thing yet, but at least I know what I stand for, you know? Yep. Now, here's a wee bit of bad news. This thing, this progress uploader, the percent is not changing when in Firefox.
I bet you if you put that onto, like,
Look,
I don't know.
It's all staying on 0.
Oh.
Do you know what it is, Derek? I know exactly. Do you know what it is? Do you know what it is? I'll tell you exactly what that is, right? You watching?
Mm-hmm.
Aye, there it is. I'm saying the target percent indicator in a HTML is blah, blah, blah. What you need to do, and I bet you I'm right about this.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have to create a text node and then add that on.
Ah, yeah, of course, rather than just plain. Yep.
Aye. So if I go like this, var new percent is, and I'll say document create text node, and we'll chuck in this little blighter here. And then I'm going to say target percent indicator, append child new percent. So I'm doing that instead of instead of that.
Let's see, and now it should work.
Yep.
In Firefox.
Oh, of course, aye. All right. Well, can you believe that?
Hmm.
That's really bizarre. Oh.
Yeah, you need...
Oh, do you know what? Do I need to remove the child? Is that what it is?
Hmm?
I think I need to. I think
Wait a minute, should you have done it in HTML equals that new node?
Let me just try it in Chrome right now.
In Brave?
Aye. Ah, that's what I thought. So do you see how it's just adding on the text node? So that's what I thought might happen, right? So what you would have to do is somehow either remove the text node or modify it or something like that. Anyway, I'll figure it out. Firefox is kind of a bit of a bastard, you know. When it comes to stuff like that, it's quite unforgiving, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll get it. I'll get it for sure.
You should try a copy of Firefox Dev Edition, man. It's really nice.
Right.
Get rid of that orange fox and get some sort of blue one, man, in its place.
That's what I need. That's what I need.
Firefox Developer Edition, man. It's...
Yeah, now you're talking. Well...
The inspector panel's just unparalleled, man. I love it. It's so good.
Yep. Okay. Well,
Right, I'm saying I'm gonna shoot off and make some dinner now, man. So it's been cool hanging out, man.
Thanks very much. Thanks for passing by. I appreciate it.
You've been working on, man. It looks like a cool project to be sorting out, man, you know?
Yeah, it's a nice wee project. I'm hoping to get it finished by tomorrow, but it's got about another 12 hours of work, this thing, and I think it's going to be quite intense. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
Well, just be sure and take a wee break so that you come back to it and you're like just as intense, man, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you one thing, it's going to be so nice to move away from that Filepond thing. Look at it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's really, really great to be moving away from that. I think Aye, I think it's going to be great. I think it's going to be great. Like I say, it's going to be 12 hours intensive, and I'm doing it. The only decision I have to make is, do I get rid of all of the third-party libraries? I don't know. I might take a vote.
Again, I would say that's none of your concern, because if someone creates a Trongate module, which, okay, maybe they don't want happening on the marketplace, it's their own module, you know. But what if it has its own assets in JavaScript that will need deployed just the same as any other module? Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not really your business. Like, you know, if the main app doesn't use any external JavaScript, then cool. Do you know what I mean? But the fact is, each module on itself, man, you know.
Aye, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. But that was a great tip about the CSS thing. I'm feeling as if I don't know, I'm torn between the two options, but I'm really, really tempted to just get rid of all of the third-party stuff.
Oh, you can keep that with your own libraries, but don't restrict developers. Like, if they want to make a module and it's got a bit, if it uses jQuery, for instance,
oh,
you know,
aye, of course,
punish them for like having jQuery in their assets folder, you know.
100%, 100%.
Aye, right. Well, in that case, all good then, innit?
No, you're 100% right. I think I'm gonna, I don't know, I'm 50-50. If I decide to get rid of all of the third-party libraries, though, you're talking about a postponement of about 2 or 3 months, because it's a hell of a lot of work, you know. But this is the most difficult of all of the libraries, and I've pretty much got it nailed, you know.
Well, why don't you just release what you've got right now? Working version is version 1.0 or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then make a new branch on your Git, work on that where you remove that bullshit, merge it back in, and release it as version 1.1. New feature, your own code, man, you know.
Derek, I'm going to take your advice. That's what I'll do, and I'll do a soft launch. Do you know what I mean?
Aye, well, that's it, man. Like, and the thing is, when people start using it, then suddenly you'll be like, oh, right, cool, man. Like, you know, things are happening, and everyone will be trying to do the same type of things, possibly running into the same type of problems, possibly all coming into the same type of fixes. And that issues page, people will be like sending pull requests and like, let's get this sorted, man, you know. And suddenly you'll be like, holy shit, man, the whole community's in on the game, you know.
Mm-hmm.
We're now getting stuff fixed, and the framework is becoming awesome, you know.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, thanks for that.
Sounds good to me, man, you know.
Aye, it does. Well, I appreciate that advice, man. I'll take that on board. Robert in the live stream says, he says every project. Oh gee, he says this one should be for your wallet on the App Store. He's referring to the uploader. I think he might have a point, you know. He says every project you add, you have to question launch date. That's true, but we could have a soft launch, which basically means that we do launch it, but we don't do a big ceremony. You guys would be given a little password or something, and you could invite people. Gear here says Derek is a wise man.
Oh, that's that. Well, thank you.
And here is Usher. Is that Usher from France? If it is, hello, and I hope we can catch up at some point. Derek, God bless you. Thanks for hanging out. I'm going to hit the road and just go and visit my mum and get something to eat and all of that. My eyes are going a wee bit.
Well, you've been streaming for about 8 hours, man, so it doesn't surprise me, man. You need to get a break and then get stuck back in, you know. 8
hours is chicken feed in my world, man.
I know that, man, I know.
Don't just pull me back.
Yes, as soon as you start making progress and you're like, oh wow, man, you can build so much and you're totally in the zone. I know what you're talking about, you know.
Aye. Okay, well, I appreciate that. And Usher, we'll catch up on Skype this week, hopefully. Usher, I hope you're doing well. And thank you very much for passing by. The old eyeballs are starting to go. So...
All right, Dave.
That'll
I'll
do
catch you later on then. All right, have a nice night.
Catch you later. I think I'm going to have to get the eye patch going again. Take it easy, dude.
See you later. Bye-bye.
I'll see you later. Okay, and there goes Derek. Thanks again for all of your feedback and comments and whatnot. There's been some really excellent comments today, folks. And it's one of the beautiful things about live streaming. You know, there's always little ideas and moments of inspiration that come in from you guys. To anyone who's joining us late, today was an exercise in blind faith, you know. This Filepond has the worst documentation that I've ever seen. And I had spent 2 days working on it. I'd previously worked on it because there was something I wanted it to do. I had no luck at all. And at the very start of this live stream, I made a decision. I'm going to build my own one. I knew when I started that it would take me maybe even a couple of days, maybe even 3 days, but it's doable. And if there's one thing, I mean, if you to summarize the live stream, I came in with nothing but blind faith. And I watched a bunch of tutorials and just sat for 3 or 4 hours. And then I figured it out and I'm putting the pieces of the jigsaw together. So what we all learned today, folks, is that the most powerful tool that you can have as a developer is the tool of great expectations. When you're going to build something, like, have an expectation of success, and you may be amazed to discover that you can build any app that any client could reasonably ask for. Thank you for being here, and I'll catch you hopefully tomorrow. Cheers.